Hello, chat. I am here today with Doggywara again. We're still at the African laser turret section. We really are. We really are. We're discovering a lot about Africa. It's really interesting, including how many gems there are there. Like I did,
fucking liberate.
Like I know there's actual gem mines in Africa, like warlords use all the fucking time. But like,
Wait,
yeah.
real African lore?
No, warlords.
Warlords?
Yeah, you don't know that they use the diamond mines for that shit, right? That's why. That's why they call it blood diamonds.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Well, I've learned something today.
Yeah, usually if it's a blood diamond, usually that means it's like from Africa. It's usually use the paper stuff. But that's the idea, anyways. Yeah.
Ah. Hold on, Hold on, I need to check something.
I'm sure someone will correct me.
Well, I don't know if there are any honorary Africans on Twitch, but we can figure that out someday.
We can figure that out someday. Actually, let me see if that TV I have set up is actually working. Hold on. Is it working?
What are you doing?
I'm checking to see if I made like a little TV thing that displays the game I'm currently playing. So let me see here.
Oh.
There we go. Oh yeah, it works. Basically, all I did was like cut out the transparency of one of the TVs that one of the offers gave me, and I just have it like display whatever the fuck I want. So it's just like this little tiny screen. You can see it in the background.
Oh.
All it took was like 5 seconds because of like, you know, I could just cut this out, you know, and have it like fit seamlessly.
My phone.
Yeah.
Just sorry about that. My fucking phone screaming.
Yeah. Oh god.
Okay. Turn that shit off. There we go.
Also, chat, we might be going a little bit Minhera today. Also, what else? Doggywara can finally play the video game.
My controls work.
They work!
I hope.
He hopes.
They better fucking work.
He hopes.
It better fucking work.
It better work, or else he's gonna spin around in a circle using W to turn left, A to move forward, S to turn right, and D to go back.
I'm going to fucking scream. And then I'm going to do a flip live on fucking stream.
A flip?
I'm gonna do a fucking flip.
Do a flip?
Yep. Okay, so...
Yeah, I like that term. Doing a flip. Alright, so where's the game? Audio. Oh, it's not on here. That's actually a good idea. Let me get to the game screen. Let me turn off these notes. I have notes from Factorio. Let me see what they say here. It says... I have a couple of notes here. It says, to do, build rocket, duh. Develop nuclear weapons. Make defenses for potential hordes. Basics... hordes? Yeah. Hold on, chat. I fucked up. I mean, they might as well be. They breed, like, incessantly.
Jesus Christ.
They breed, like, fucking crazy. Like, goddamn, I gotta go in there with, like, a flamethrower and, like, clear the place out while they're, like, swarming my car.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking crazy. I had to get, like, the explosive shells eventually. I'm hoping I can develop depleted uranium ammo and get eventually some howitzers in Factoria, but that's besides the point. Oh yeah, I forgot I got a tank a while ago in... Yeah, it says tank acquired. It's been there since about 2 weeks ago. 3 weeks.
One day I'll try Factorio and I'll see what the fuck that game is about.
I mean, you've seen me play it. I've seen you get, like, your eyes twitch and you're like, oh, what's this game? Oh, is that a factory? Is that a belt?
Because It activates.
And the thing is that it does the combat okay enough, but it complements the factory gameplay. Oh, it's also co-op, by the way.
Co-op?
It's co-op.
Maybe when I'm done the rest of my game list, we'll just jump right on that shit. And I'll just see how far the Tism hole goes.
Oh yeah, having a couple of people like just join in would be fantastic. Let me see here. There's no way has it only been 7 minutes?
It's been 7 minutes.
What the fuck? It felt like
it's been, well, for you it's been 7 minutes. For me it's been 9 minutes. What are we doing? Join game, right?
Yeah, hold on. I need to set up sir.
Oh yeah, you have to do all that shit. This game is fucking evil.
Resume from the last stage you left. Oh, okay. We don't need to chapter select. I've been grinding chat. I've been killing. Yeah, we're at the quote-unquote worship area.
African lasers.
African laser turrets. African factorial laser turrets. That's not a joke. They are actually, in fact, African laser turrets.
I just love the idea that they've just had this shit the entire fucking time.
The entire fucking time and never done anything with it. It's been there for years. It's been there for years, and no one thought to even touch it. Even when the British were invading like Africa, they never thought to touch it.
What they needed was like a hole to shoot out of the ground to really surprise them.
I know, right? And then they would have probably actually won.
It's too late now.
Too late. Oh god, I should go for
ancient sunbeam technology hidden underground is just one of the funniest things ever. Where is it getting the energy?
Where is it getting from the sun? For the fucking glowing diamond they have. I like the fact that Chris is still caring about Irving. He's like, oh, we gotta find Irving. It's like, there's a fucking sun generator down here. What do you mean you care about Irving? Who gives a shit about this fucking virus Ouroboros crack trade?
Ouroboros crack trade?
What do you think?
Yeah, man, we got bangers. We got bangers, hustlers.
But let's
slinging Ouroboros bricks.
I mean, they literally. I mean, you heard me talk reading that fucking document. They literally talk about like that. Like, oh yeah, we need to see about how we could commercialize Ouroboros.
A whole advertisement team. Gotta make billboards.
That's so fucking stupid. Oh god. Holy
shit. Let me in. Let me in.
Let me in. I need vitamin. Hold on, chat. I need to. There we go. Friends. That thing I don't have that much. I need more friends.
Barking big friends.
I need more slaves.
Josh walked on my face, and now he's stomping Mike Wazowski. Oh, he's gone now. He's leaving. Oh shit! Wait, hold on. What is it? Alt Shift Tab. Yeah. Switch to game session. Yes.
Let me see what I have. I have 3 eggs, 3 different types of 3 different types of eggs. The eggs?
Yeah, what do they do again?
You can eat them and you can throw them.
Hell, you just pop the raw eggs?
You never like fucking like gulp down the whole raw egg before?
No, I'm not insane.
I also fully upgraded my revolver here. What? No, let me see here.
What the fuck?
This is a revolver here. It has 3,200 damage. With a capacity of 12 and piercing.
What the fuck?
I'm not gonna use it. I am gonna switch over to the other sniper rifle, the S75.
Oh, I have a sell all button. Sell all charges.
Yeah, I should probably. I'm gonna quick reload that and then put this all back in the inventory. I also have 25 standard hand grenades. of incendiary hand grenades and 11 flashbangs.
What the fuck? My guy was manipulating time and space just to get more shit.
I've just been playing the game for a bit, and it's like, oh, this is actually kind of fun. Now let me see what else is in here.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
Yeah, the game's actually nice. I would actually, if you have friends and you want to play, like you want to like have like a bonding moment, play this game.
Just play RE5.
Play RE5.
It's fucking worth it. You just go around and you just do shit. It's not even complicated.
You beat the shit out of Africans and you steal the shit.
Yeah. In Minecraft.
In Resident Evil 5.
Alright.
Anyway, yeah, unfortunately, you have to start a little bit further back because I was doing stuff. I see you have grenades, so let me give you.
How far back?
Well, a little far back. Well, not too far back. We're just back in the laser turret section.
Okay.
The African laser turret section with the fucking. Look at that diamond in there. There's a fucking diamond.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I thought that was a hole in the roof. That's why I'm like, oh, that's some technology. Now I realize, looking at it, that's a fucking diamond.
We're doing this again.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
How do they guide the laser beam into it? I don't know.
That's a good fucking question. How do they do this?
Finally. Oh yeah, by the way, it explodes people.
Only people?
Only people. Only them for some reason. I don't know why Chris is so fucking sturdy, it doesn't matter.
Only people. Oh!
I have the standard, bolt action rifle. Ooh, that's a good shot. I thought I could get him mid-air, I'm sorry.
You're fine. And
I got the other pistol. The weird one. The weird uncle.
Weird uncle?
Yeah, the uncle that you don't want to see at the graduation party.
Oh, that kind of weird uncle. Hell no.
And then you realize he's actually nice. He goes through multiple dudes for you.
I have an uncle who's like supportive to a fault.
Yeah.
Like, I needed a bike once and he got me a bike, but like he's also the kind of person to steal, so it's kind of just like,
where'd you get this bike?
I don't know. I don't know. I wish I knew he got the fucking bike.
Also, I've used the revolver at full power. That fucking thing can drop these guys at like 6 shots. It's insane. Crystal punch. Blue Enigma, that's the $300 one. All the big ones, all the big dudes have the money drops, by the way.
Are the controls still rotated? No, I managed to fix them. It took me a freaking hour.
It took
me an hour.
It took him an hour. I don't know why my control set is like fine, but his is fucked up.
Well,
it's like the game
better now. Now I can aim.
It's like the game fucking hates him or something.
Oh, Josh, the songs you sent me, those are actually fucking beggars. Thank you. I'm a Gumi fan. That's me. That's my favorite fucking Vocaloid.
Gumi, like Kanaka Lumi, or?
No, not Lumi. Gumi. Vocaloid.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Gumi,
Vocaloid.
however the fuck you want to say your name.
Gumi. Gumi for Vocaloid. Like Miku.
I am Africa.
Sorry, I was thinking recently. Where the hell are you?
Go.
Oh, you're
I went from my side.
Yeah, you're at the other side.
Yeah.
This is a mistake. I've made a
I can
mistake.
aim now, so this is okay.
Hell yeah. We're gonna see, like, sick gameplay from Doggywara We can now play video games. Okay, this laser fucking sucks. You're fired.
Whoa!
I thought the laser was gonna be more intense, but it's not.
Oh.
Ooh, no green herb. From the right and then from the left. Alright. I'm moving. I'm schmoving. How do you outrun a laser?
How do you outrun a laser? Wait, your name is Chris?
That's true. I'm Chris Redfield. Yeah, this looks like a... Yeah, it's like a proper street or proper stone masonry. There's like blue hue... Like little blue-hued stone. Do you need someone to help you with the stuff over there?
No, I killed him all myself.
Oh, I need to toss you.
You throw me?
Yeah, I need to toss you.
Okay, hold on.
I actually have to toss you now. I don't mean this in a weird way, but
Hold on, one second.
can I toss your small feminine form?
Oh! Hold on. Let me move real quick. 1 second.
No, I mean, good call. Ooh, is it just every torch that has like a gem, or is it just the ones that here? Cause
Is it here?
yeah, because I keep getting gems every time I break like the torches or something.
Huh. What the fuck is still shooting arrows at me?
Usually it's just people up on like the campies.
Oh. I need him stop.
You shoot them real good.
Okay. Get my fucking ammo. I don't like what he's doing, it's very annoying.
No one does. No one asked them to do it.
Alright, where are you now? Oh, there you are.
Right here.
Okay, where am I tossing you?
Yeah, yeah, it's all the way over. Oh, there's also a gem here.
Good. Okay.
Ooh, shiny. Ooh, shiny.
Let me check everything.
Also, this gun is fully upgraded technically, so I don't need to worry about it. Unlike the pistol, which has the starting game pistol goes up to 100 rounds. By the way.
100 rounds. Holy shit.
Yeah, and then you can upgrade to have infinite ammo reloads. Once you if you
upgrade.
Yeah.
You mean become a fucking alchemist? Oh. There's two. There's two lasers. I forgot the other one hates me too.
Yeah, chat, he forgot about the other laser.
Come on.
Alright.
Go on.
Is it done? Yeah, okay. Now it shoots out. Okay, now we run. And...
I think right here.
Yeah,
no.
we already
fine,
fucked up by stopping.
Go, go, go.
Wow, this is just like Anno Londo of Dark Souls, am I right, fellow gamers? I deserve that. Sun God, punish him!
Talk shit, get hit. B. B is circle now.
I can still shoot.
Hello, my friend.
I'm gonna shoot people. That's a... Okay, I guess he was invincible, but whatever.
I found ammo for you when I,
Yeah, when you come back, it'll be fun.
Yeah. Hold on. For now, let me... I need magnum ammo.
Yeah, Magnum tends to run out very quickly. Also, I just shot the guy in the dick and died.
Oh, you shot him?
Yeah.
Oh, I wanted this green there. Well, that's fine, though. I'm going to... Come on.
Come on! Come on!
There's a lot of shit over here.
Is he big enough that I can shoot? No.
Come on. Come over here where you can shoot you.
I need to shoot his legs.
He's trying to walk away.
Okay. I can shoot his chest, probably. Did you see a blood splatter or no?
Did I see what? I see you running. Are you running? He ran.
To me.
He wants you. Okay, well, my emblem now.
He's gonna. I'm gonna let him come to me. Take a knee.
Take a knee. Oops. Okay.
Why am I alive?
Can I grab my shit now?
Oh god.
Okay. Oh, we have that.
No, the blue enigmas.
Egg rotten. Discard.
Hey, give me that.
What happens if I eat the rotten egg? Do I get sick?
You get sick and it hurts. You can throw it at other people though.
Do the zombies like forcibly eat it?
I forget what happens when you throw it at them. I assume they get hurt. Apparently there's a meta... There is apparently a meta with Chris Redfield throwing the fucking egg, though.
What?
Yeah, there's a meta where you throw an egg at a zombie and it fucking destroys them from existence somehow.
That's... really funny. The T-Virus can stand up to everything except for a rotten egg.
Thrown by Chris Redfield.
Thrown by particularly Chris Redfield. Wesker really put his hatred for the Redfield bloodline in there.
Not a rock, not like a knife or anything. It's a fucking rotten egg.
So fucking good. Had a couple Gumi songs. She's had some big ones. Yeah, one of my favorites is fucking Tokyo Funka. It's so fucking good.
Tokyo Funka.
I'm running.
He's making it, bros. He's gonna make it.
I'm running. Oh.
He'll be fine. I'm gonna wait for him for a bit.
How did I find out where the fuck you are again? Oh, there you are.
We're at the start.
How did it hit me, you motherfucker? It lied to me.
I gotta quit doing long distance shooting when the fucking aim wobbles.
Wait, which way do I fucking go?
You're almost there.
Oh my god.
You okay?
No, I'm dying. I'm dying of thirst.
Are you sure it's not sunburn?
Also, I'm getting used to the new controls. They're making more sense now.
Okay, that's good.
The most important part is that I know what the shoot button is, and I know how to move my fucking aim.
At least you can aim. That's the most important part.
Yeah. Diamonds.
Diamonds!
Open.
Jewels!
Now, what the fuck does my triangle do?
What does
I don't know what this fucking shit does. Look, Africans. African murals.
Hell yeah. I love destroying the Africans in Resident Evil
Smart.
5. Are you actually out? There we go.
I'm out.
He's out. Are they actually friendly?
Hi.
Oh!
Not
Gold!
anymore.
They dropped gold!
Not anymore.
There's a reason
It'd
to
be
kill
friendly
them!
if you're fucking dead. What?
Oh, right, the thing that killed you last
this
time.
one. Yeah, you fucking killed me.
Yeah, these are the instant death lasers.
Isn't that fun?
Okay. I got...
Well, since I've learned from last time, now I'm just gonna watch you.
Yeah, you up there?
Unless it's... where do I need to go?
I think you just need to not... Because I need to turn this probably to the right. It happened again,
Man!
Chip. It happened again.
Why are you like this? Shiva! Imagine having to report that back to HU after you fucking beat Wesker by yourself. It's like, what happened to her?
I killed her with an African laser. What? What do you mean an African laser? Yeah, there was like a giant room filled with ancient mirrors.
And I killed her.
Yeah. What do you mean African laser room? What the fuck? You mean like there was like a research institute in Africa that was like doing ancient research? No, like it was an ancient temple.
Well, I didn't mean to do that. Wait.
The more Chris goes into this, the worse it gets.
The worse it fucking gets. Wow.
You know, besides the fact that there's like potentially a major outbreak going on.
Potentially.
Yeah. I have
Upgrade.
two. I really wish I could gift a weapon, because I wish I could give the MP5s and some of these shotguns I have. And the two grenade launchers that I got.
Look at your guns. God damn.
Yeah, are you looking at my screen right now?
I'm looking at your guns.
Yeah, I have a lot. I have that's how much I wish I could own, with a proper shelf and everything, but
my dream is to be Chris Redfield in real life.
You know, that's not really that bad. I just got done with having someone tell me how, or I guess how the operator stuff works. It's like, yeah, you could follow the operator advice, but most of the time it's just pray. But it's it's high intensity, essentially. I'm not explaining this right. There we go. Holy shit. Okay, that leads to nothing, but at least it lets us explore the fucking room.
I'm scared of you touching anything again.
Well, that's because it told me how it works wrong. Let's see.
I'm moving.
Okay.
What's the goal?
Go up there.
Go up here.
Yeah. Do you need to hold this? You do not need to hold this.
Investigate.
Okay. No, okay, that's fine. Yeah, look at this! Look, there's a fucking sun gem over here, like beaming laser energy out.
The technology in here is ridiculous, and they're doing it with sticks and stones.
Yeah,
actually the greatest scientist to ever do it, ever.
Yakub is here.
Nice. Yakub?
Yakub. That's all I can think of, is like, yeah, Yakub.
And now what do we do?
I think that opened something.
Yeah? What would that be?
I think
I didn't see shit or hear shit.
Oh, over
Hold
here.
on, before you touch it.
Oh wait, no, not over here.
What?
No, so yeah, it's just what's this? It's on fire now. Yeah, let's go down. Yeah.
Go down?
Yeah, it goes down.
Oh, okay.
It's an elevator.
Down.
It's a sun-powered elevator.
Bruh. They have the best version of solar power. It instantly kills people. It's secure. It's security. It does everything. Hold on, don't you dare move anything. Let me get up here first.
We can absolutely decide how this will go. Okay, this is a laser puzzle here. So let me. If I turn this left, okay, no, that's not how that works. It's
so.
That's why I killed you, because I thought the turn button was
Was?
I thought it was reversed.
It was reversed. Of course. I love when games give you like controls and you get used to them and then they just invert one of them randomly during a section.
Yeah, if I was gonna do that. Watch Chris use all of his brain cells for this one fucking puzzle.
I am the emotional support. Oh my god! That was a lot of brain cells he just used over there.
A lot of brain cells.
Don't get lasered.
Yeah, I'm trying not to. Imagine if you kicked it and you just see his leg fly off. And you have to play you have to play the game with like cybernetic Chris. Or disabled Chris.
You know, Wesker is like, yeah, I'll graft the fucking zombie leg onto you if you join my cause. It's like, no you won't, you fucking hate me. You're gonna shoot me. You are a lying bitch. Alright, another one.
Ooh,
that one has the treasure chest. That looks like a trap.
Probably is, but I'm gonna touch it anyways. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna touch it anyways.
You can't get it?
Oh. Oh, it's
open.
It's open spiders.
But there's treasures.
I mean, they still count, right? Ah! What's the button, by the way? You know what they kind of remind me of? I remember you playing Eternal Darkness. It reminded me of those things.
The aliens that jump on your face and try to steal your ever-loving soul?
Yeah.
Open. Give me their stuff that they came out of. So what'd you get out of here anyway?
Like right here?
Nothing?
By the way,
Didn't drop anything?
you might want to move.
Oh, I'm moving. I'm going this way.
Okay, let me turn this way.
Get off me, bitch! Thanks. That was very cool of you. There's nothing here, just these stupid-ass motherfuckers.
There's nothing
I
but
hate
spiders.
spiders.
There's nothing but spiders in here. Oops, sorry, I was spiders.
And they're evil spiders. Makes
Yeah.
them fucking worse. Alright,
A
where do I
trap.
go to hide from
What
you?
a way to go. Wait, does only Chris say that? Get this.
Some kind of trap? No, it looks like an execution chamber. He got super fucking killed. Oh my god.
Oh, is it different? You know what it reads? It says, a trap? What a way to go.
Oh, mine says mine is different.
What a way to go, he says as he's like experiencing the fucking sunroom. The power of the fucking sun. Oh, I need to turn that
I want to
once.
give you these rifles. Wait, hold on, wait. Let me hide. So you don't fucking destroy me entirely. Those are your brain cells. I like to keep mine intact.
Give me the rifle rounds. Thank you. Me big man have now good rifle.
Big man. Good rifle. Arms to punch a boulder.
punch big boulder. Unga bunga.
I love how his fucking mindset is literally, we have to use the boulder, Sheva. We have to use the boulder.
The boulder. What is this thing? Why is it like here? Oh. Hold on.
I'm scared to go out there and look.
Yeah, it's probably not a good idea.
God knows what's happening in there.
God knows what's going on in Chris Redfield's mind as he tries to do a puzzle.
Can my muscle solve the puzzle for me?
Technically it is.
Damn, you're right.
Remember, strength helps your brain make easier solutions.
Oh, hell yeah. That's why he just punched the boulder instead of doing anything else.
Exactly. You don't need to think hard when you have strength.
Yeah?
I actually do kind of believe that, though. Ooh,
Well, you can punch away your problems.
if you can fight your way out, you have more solutions. Also, there's another.
That guy is ultra dead.
It's some kind of altar. Fires down a real number here.
Hold on, wait, move, Chris.
Okay, I moved.
It appears to be an altar, quite the gruesome scene. I like how Chris is just like, haha, he.
Dead person. Very, very brutal. Chev was like, holy shit, what the fuck is going on here?
Exactly. Are you being attacked?
By Snack.
Give me this. Idle, gold, mine. Gold, mine.
Egg.
An egg in these trying times.
You have to eat all the eggs, doggy.
No, I don't want any eggs.
They give me the egg.
No, I want to eat the egg.
You bitch. You bitch. Stealing my eggs.
Egg only run. I sure am happy
Did you
that
like?
we share all the money. Did I like the egg?
Yeah.
No, it tastes like shit.
Mmm.
They're spider eggs.
Mmm, delicious. It probably tastes like caviar.
Ew. What door do we go out of?
Probably at the store because we came down in the elevator.
Okay.
Over here. Oh, we gotta beam it down here. Okay, I gotta move thingy-majig. Hold on.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Let me get out the way and just be right here. Alright, go ahead.
Don't worry, I have to go all the way around for this.
Do your worst! Beat me up, Scotty. Don't.
Okay. Okay.
What the fuck?
Turn
Let's
this way,
Let's go.
and we turn this back over this way, right? God, these lasers are so fucking strong.
They're beyond fucking strong.
So fucking shocked and godly. Chris!
Chris!
Come on! Come on! Get up!
I'd be like, you're lucky you can shoot. Stop calling me like that.
Stop calling me like this. This is a work phone, not a mental help line. Oh my god.
Chris, we have to continue the Redfield bloodline.
Yeah, tell me when you can impregnate Claire Redfield.
I like the idea that Chris only associates with people who can get increase the bloodline of the fucking Redfields. Why is he so fucking strong?
I don't know. Apparently, his lore is that he's like, what is it? He's been in the army, he's been in the Marines, he's been in the Navy, and he's been in the national. I forget. Not national. He's been in all the armed forces.
Since when? He was in the womb?
I don't know.
Like, how do you have that much time on your hands? How old are you? You look like you're 30.
I think he is actually 30 or something.
He's bullshitting. I've been in every single portion of the military. All of them. I've been in every war. I was in Iraq. I was in World War II. I was in World War I.
if Chris Redfield was in World War I or II, it'd be fucking over.
How old are you? 30.
What do you mean? What were you like a baby with a knife? Yes! Since I was born, I've been fighting!
He just ages slower than everyone else, but he's still 30.
I feel like that sometimes, the age slowly part.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, that was 30 minutes.
That was 30 minutes? That was 20 minutes. Oh, shit.
23 enemies routed, 1 death. Because of my stupid ass.
Oh, look, I can aim again. Let's go.
Let's go! He's got better score than me!
Let's go. We're back. We're back in action.
What do you mean I could buy? We could buy a SIG P22. Which has even more firing speed, but even less capacity.
First and foremost.
Bulletproof vest.
Sell all. Give my money.
I got a jeweled beetle, a gold idol that I stole from another African tribe. More jewels that we keep stealing from from African tribes. Yeah, this is pretty good. Can I upgrade? Oh wait, I need to upgrade my SVD. Yeah! Nice. Yeah, now it deals 1300 damage.
Nice.
What does this one deal? Not as much, but it will... Basically, the SVD has better ammo capacity. No, hold on. Better reload speed, I think.
Better reload speed?
Better reload speed.
Sell this whole gun for 200? No, man, that's barely worth it. That's not worth shit.
Wait, what do you mean I can increase it to 220 ammo? What the fuck?
120?
Yeah, I just upgraded the same amount.
Holy shit.
Wait, what do you mean I could upgrade the M92? How? 45
right,
bullets? I can't increase it anymore. Alright, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's kill.
Alright, what now?
This is what Irving meant by answers.
No.
It's connection or no?
Bunch of flowers here. Ooh, pretty.
Pipe.
We need to find out about Jill.
You're right. Let's see what we can dig up.
I wonder if
I'm surprised they let these flowers be here.
I mean, it's probably relevant. Besides, you know, the fucking sun crystal.
Why wouldn't they just power this entire facility with the sun?
I don't know. From Chief Researcher Brandon in Journal Number 1. 1990. This was built in 1996. This is supposed to be a flower called the Stairway to the Sun. Supposedly, this flower would give the person consumer incredible abilities. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna have a Jimmy Neutron brain blast here.
Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
The flower is probably has a symbiosis with Ouroboros. And basically,
Well, that would be deeply unfortunate, wouldn't it?
well, it would it would act like a defense mechanism, and then basically infect the person and kill or die. But then the Ouroboros mutated, and now it's acting like a drug. So now it's
Well, that
literally
would
just
explain. That would explain Africa. What kinda. Assuming these same
that's
flowers are upstairs.
that's what I'm guessing, because it just call it the flower of the sun. The first person to recognize the validity of the story is my teacher, Dr. James Marcus. He hypothesized that the virus hereto unknown might exist could alter DNA. So it's a retrovirus, technically. That is what a retrovirus is, right? I'm asking you.
Retro. I actually need to double check that. What the fuck? Hold on, wait. I'm gonna double check that.
Alright.
It sounds about right. Retrovirus.
The man was so conspicuous, his hypothesis turned out to be correct. The virus discovered in the flower is later progenitor. The virus discovered in that flower. Hey, look, it's the thing I said. Yeah, the flower contains the virus. It's a symbiosis between the two.
Alright, boys, we need to burn this place down.
For 3 months in Africa, we worked diligently, fretted over results, and staved off attacks on the Nipaya. After such time, our efforts were finally rewarded. Even Dr. Marcus, who until yesterday looked exhausted, was in good spirits. He wants to return home as soon as possible to delve deeper into his research. So, the Africans here, the Nipaya, have developed not only laser technology, but have literally have a flower that alters your DNA.
Bruh. They
are
right,
Yakub.
so these guys are perfect. These guys deserve every second of their lives. But they went a little bit too hard.
We hit the metaphorical brick wall. We brought the progenitor flower back from Africa and attempted to cultivate here. The initial culture samples of progenitor virus seems to have not shown DNA altering characteristics. We cultivated the flower to mass produce the progenitor virus. At first, everything proceeded smoothly. The plants are strong and grew quickly. In short amount of time, they flowered. But here is the major surface. The flowers did not contain the progenitor virus.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps the environment in which they grown triggers the development of the virus, which was investigated further.
So what we need is a flamethrower.
Would that be like if the pollen... The pollen would have to be like the, excuse me, the pollen.
Yeah, the pollen that goes into the air, yes. And then they start growing, depending upon conditions.
Oh, that's probably what was carrying the virus, is the pollen.
Wow, talk about seasonal allergies.
We made no progress.
This was a terrible time.
Well, I'm just thinking about this at, like, a basic scientific level. It's like, okay, what would be the major reason why going from Africa to, like, let's say, back to America with Ouroboros? I'll let you read this. Hold on. I'll let you read this.
Wait, hold on, wait. What am I reading? Hold on, wait.
Right there.
Which one am I looking for? 1966.
Yeah, just...
What date?
Just keep going. Just read through it.
Is he going?
Yeah, read through it.
Okay. Hold on. I was listening to you read it. Hold on.
His brain was turned off, chat.
No, I was listening. Supposedly flower would give the person consumed incredible abilities. Everyone thought it was nothing more than a rumor or legend. You got the virus that Mr. Spencer was telling us, but later research would prove us wrong. First person to recognize the validity of that story was my teacher, Dr. James Marcus. He hypothesized that a virus, hereto unknown, might exist that could alter DNA. Yep. The man was so perspicacious. What word is this? Perspicacious, whatever. I don't fucking know how to say that word. His hypothesis turned out to be correct. The virus discovered in the file was labeled progenitor. For 3 months in Africa, we worked diligently, fretted over results, and staved off attacks from the Nipaya. After such time, our efforts were finally rewarded. Yeah, even Dr. Marcus, who until yesterday looked exhausted, was in good spirits. He wants to return home as soon as possible to delve deeper into his research. I feel the same way. I want to learn the secrets of this progenitor virus as soon as possible. Yeah. We put the metaphorical brick wall. Got progenitor flower back from America and attempted to cultivate it here. The initial culture samples of the progenitor virus have not shown DNA altering characteristics, which means it has something to do with Africa. Yeah. Cultivate the flower to mass produce the progenitor virus. At first, everything proceeded smoothly. The plants were strong, grew quickly. The amount of time they flowered. Flower did not contain the progenitor virus. It's an African soil.
It's here for
But the environment in which
Africans.
they're grown triggers the development of viruses. Matter must be investigated further. Yeah, basically, it's African soil. That's what I'm hearing anyway.
That's what it seems to be, that, or it's the pollen. That's the only. That's the thing I'm thinking.
Yep, that's what it sounds like to me.
That would be more terrifying if it was the pollen, because then if you have allergies, it can spread to you.
You ever watched the movie? What was it called? It's M. Night Shyamalan movie, The Happening.
Oh yeah, that was the one with the plants like started killing everyone. And no one knew what the fuck was happening.
No one knew.
Yeah, it was like
No one knew at all.
yeah, it happened so quickly, and it's like, oh yeah, it was the plants.
Okay, there's a guy up there.
He seemed like he was having fun up there.
Come here, buddy.
He was having fun, I say, as he like fucking circle crawls. Oh my god. Yeah, look.
I'm in a cutscene.
Yeah.
They must be
I found distinct flowers.
make something.
Yes, Sheva, they must be.
The facility from the picture. No doubt about
Ooh, there's more notes here.
Give me.
Brand
Shotgun shells.
Chief Research Random Journals 2. 1968. It's been over a year since we've had any breakthroughs. It's like Dr. Marcus decided to return to Africa. We can no longer continue our research without the progenitor virus. I know those routine attacks with Nipai are really going to rack my nerves. For the sake of our research, I will persevere. So did he never notice, like, them, like, having tentacles growing out of their head? Or is that just, like, later symptoms of Ouroboros?
Yeah, it probably only happens when you fucking shoot their heads off. You know, some people don't go that far to investigate. The people who are real scientists are willing to do everything.
Yeah, like Wesker. In the face of my foreseen dismay, it was Mr. Spencer who provided the answer. If you're worried about Nipai, then we'll just have to remove them from the equation.
Oh, hell yeah.
We'll just fucking kill him! We're just gonna kill him! Yeah!
You're affecting my work.
I can only imagine the look of shock on our faces. The idea never occurred to us. It seemed quite atypical solution to our problem, but it seemed to be the only option available. Yeah, they're trying to kill you, dumbass! What other solution do you have?
Killed him.
Yeah, you fight back. Finally, some good news. We learned that they were able to chase the Napaya off the land. The land required only amounts to half of those underground ruins. But if it includes the area where the progenitor flowers are, then it should be no issues. Mr. Spencer said he plans to construct research facilities at the site, which will expedite research into the virus. We hastily made preparations to depart from Africa, but Mr. Spencer requested that Dr. Marcus stay in Raccoon City to take over the training center. We initially are taken aback by this request, but we soon realized the logical course of action. Dr. Marcus needs a calm environment to properly conduct his research. If we were in Africa, there would be no proper facility for him to use at this time. I just hope the African research facilities give it soon. So now I go alone to Africa to send back samples of progenitor virus to Dr. Marcus. Both Dr. Marcus and Mr. Spencer agreed this is the best course of action. I have to start making preparations to go. I have a feeling I'll be pretty busy starting tomorrow. Yeah, you'll be busy fucking shooting trials.
He's fucking busy, alright.
What if we just killed them? I
found the door.
You found the door? Okay.
And there's blood everywhere.
I've been in Africa for 2 weeks now. It's a good thing Dr. Marcus isn't here. This place is far from being a paradise of research and scientific study. What are these laser turrets that we're seeing? What do you mean this is far from being a paradise of research and scientific study? You have gene-altering flowers!
There's no way I'm gonna let them tell me that this place isn't ideal. There's so much, this bad boy fits so much technology in it.
This place has so much ancient technology, apparently from several thousand years ago, that probably makes most of the current technology look like Stone Age shit, including laser tech!
It looks like shit. Sun-powered, underground, gem-powered fucking... Wait, gem-powered sun lasers. Underground. You don't get better than that.
Yeah. Mind you, most lasers we can make, like, they can cut, but at short ranges. These are, like, exploding people.
Setting you on fucking fire instantly. And solving puzzles and powering elevators. All at the same time.
Yeah, but the thing that gets my nerves the most is the sound of the construction for the real research facilities. How am I supposed to concentrate on my research when everything is threatening to drive me insane? Why are you here doing it? Aren't you supposed to let a foreman handle this shit while it happens? Ugh.
The sound of construction bothers me. Bro, just be happy you're here.
Yeah, just like...
Imagine you had to be one of those people who had to test out the fucking sun laser to see what gems could contain it. Imagine they explode and just eviscerate it. You weren't there for the testing grounds.
You weren't
Calm
there!
down.
I'm just trying...
You weren't there.
I was just trying to concentrate and extract the virus samples from progenitor flowers so I can send them to Dr. Marcus. Hopefully I can focus on my work and can remain sane in this godforsaken place. You've already killed the whole tribe of Africans. I don't think you should remain sane at this point. This is only a year. What the fuck? 1969.
You get a lot done when you put your mind to it.
1968. Okay, so from 1968 to 1969, we went from... we already came to the conclusion of extracting virus and fucking exterminating the entire tribe.
Africa's haunted.
It's more haunted than the Indian burial grounds of America.
That's not good.
Hey, I mean, I think Canada built death roller coasters for them. That's real, by the way. That's real.
It's real?
Yeah, you can look it up. Canadian death roller coasters. Research facilities are finally completed. This is the real Umbrella Africa Research Center, not just some pile of tents.
Oh my god.
I've come to the realization in the past 9 months the facilities are too small for our needs. We need to make them larger, more suitable for research. Damn, we can fill them with more talented researchers. Imagine you go into biology, the first thing you get told is, hey, by the way, we're shipping you off to Africa.
Oh, hell no. What do you mean this is the first thing we're doing? Yeah. I'm enjoying the States right now, sorry.
Yeah, we're shipping you off to Africa. Here's his work contract. Here's like a bunch of health benefits, but only while you're alive.
I mean, what hospitals am I gonna get when I'm dead? There's no death benefits.
Actually, sometimes they do that. There's work risk benefits.
But this is about me.
Exactly. Then we can fill in with more talented research. Hold on. In a rare turn of events, that old skin Flint Spencer agreed with me on this. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, you scared the shit out of me, you know that? You know how slow those doors open when you open it normally? like reading it, and then as soon as I finish, the first thing I see is you opening the door slowly, like...
You get fucking jump scared.
Like you motherfucker.
Zombie grabs you.
I mean...
Finally, horror.
I don't think I love the top Eternal Darkness, where the fucking game simulates a BIOS crash. Wow. This looks like...
What quip does he make about... Oh, wild animal? Yeah.
Looks like this is torn apart by animals. Not a good way to go. No shit.
Shut up!
Man, that is so terrible that you died like that. What a shame.
Couldn't be me, he says.
Oh god, it's Lickers.
The fuck is that kid? Let me out. Oh,
good glass.
Okay, Chris.
Yeah, this is, I guess, is this supposed to be lab, like, safety glass?
There's animals in here and they're alive.
Yeah, okay, if Chris Redfield can break through this, how is this gonna protect you?
Yeah.
Ooh, possum.
There's dogs. There's a gigantic fucking rat. There's a goat. This dog is absolutely fucking feral.
That's a hyena.
Oh. Aren't they like more related to cats?
Kind of, yeah. But hyenas are fucked up creatures.
The liquor! Die, bitch!
That's a terrible name. Oh, shit.
You tried. Where's your friend? You got another one?
Oh, God. Oh god, we're actually getting to really tough enemies. Shit.
Yeah, he was very tough. That's why he died.
We got a line sight from that? Holy shit.
We're better than him.
We are better than him. We have guns.
Yeah, where's the other ones?
Actually, we've seen what kind of... They did actually equip some of the infected with, like, a lot bigger weapons, by the way. Back in Raccoon City. Yeah.
Ah.
In fact, that was...
Red Herb.
Yeah, 3 and 4. Right! Right, 3 and 4 had that.
AK-47.
AK-47? You want that?
Yeah, I want that. Hold on.
You need...
Here.
Room.
You take that, because you actually need that.
You grab that.
I am, hold on. Let me fix that.
So this is the monitor room. All the monitors are offline, though. Cool.
How do I... What was the way to completely turn around again? Wasn't that.
I have 2 buttons for that. That's... I have like a standing quick turn and a moving quick turn.
Oh.
Yeah. We wouldn't
Chris,
last in a fight with a whole
shut the fuck up!
You wouldn't last in a fight with a whole horde. I'm built different.
Chris over here being like, man, thank God there's not like a whole horde of them just ready to come around the corner to kill us.
Why would you ever speak that into the world?
Just like...
Idiot.
That is Chris Redfield.
Hello? Hello?
Come on.
There we go. Listen to all that shit outside.
Yeah, thank God there's not more of them, right?
Yep.
I don't think they'll notice us.
You don't. Absolute fucking stupidity right there. Oh. Oh.
God, these things are fucking tough.
Thank God there's not a whole horde.
He says
He
out
says
loud,
if there's a whole horde, get your fucking tongue off me.
ah!
Oh.
Oh God, they dropped Lion's Heart. Chris, why did you say anything?
Because he's fucking dumb.
Why did he say anything?
Oh, we wouldn't survive a whole horde. Thank God. Here we are. A whole fucking horde. You stupid idiot.
You buffer fucker.
Goddamn moron.
Thank you for all the good luck, Chris. Can you stab him?
Die.
Jesus. Oh, God. Holy
I hate Chris now.
I hate Chris.
He talks too much. Thank God. Yeah, okay, dude. And then Shabba goes, they shouldn't notice us. And they're like, oh shit, a snack!
I think they are supposed to be blind, but if you run, I think they detect you is the issue.
I feel like she should have said that.
Also, give me that SMG ammo. You know how much ammo that consumed?
Wait.
That consumed almost all 200 rounds of my SMG.
Jesus.
They are fucking tanky, oh my god. You need
Some
some...
machine gun ammo for you.
There you go.
Yeah! Give me the shit.
At least we got the Lion's Heart out of it. That was the only thing worth it. I'm hoping it pays well. I don't know why...
I assume it would.
I don't know why the liquors have, like...
Come on.
Wait. Wait. Doggy?
What? This way? Oh, look!
Oh, God! I really wish I had, like, those grenades earlier. Ugh. Thank God that penetrates.
Die, bitch!
Chris,
Yeah,
I want,
Lionheart.
Chris, I want you to know you should shut the fuck up.
Like, actually, just stop talking. You're banned from talking.
You're banned. Jesus Christ. I don't need to hear it.
He's so dumb. Thank God Wesker's in here. Oh, okay.
Ugh. Oh, hey, ammo.
Yeah.
You have pistol? Do you want the pistol ammo?
I'll take some, yeah.
Okay, I'll take one.
Yeah, I'll just take that.
I'll take the hand grenade.
Yep.
Wait, you have a
I'll take shotgun
flash.
shells.
Give me the flashbang, and you can handle the hand grenades.
Okay.
There you go. Okay, I have health. Do you want me? I'm gonna top up. Fuck it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Did you give me hand grenades already?
Yeah, I already got it.
Okay.
Also, oh my god.
Hmm?
There is no saving this place.
Oh, we just gotta destroy it with a nuke. Just get rid of Africa.
How much money does Umbrella have to be able to dig into the earth like this and do this?
It's like,
The pictures.
how much does the electricity cost? I want to know what company is fucking funding this shit.
That means Jill might be here.
Probably a nuclear reactor.
Oh. Oh. Are these all Africans? Oh no. We found the African spawning ground.
The PUBG African spawning ground.
Oh Jesus. Oh. Wait.
What have they done?
Yeah, what have they done?
That's a good fucking question, Sheva.
Tricell. Oh, look, it's the company that funds us. The
I love when beep boop bop bop is how you get into the computer.
Jill Valentine.
How did you know how the system worked?
Jill.
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 His fingers touched the computer and he understood.
Like, what did they run on Linux? Like, what would you do then? Die?
App get Jill Valentine. It's probably not the correct command. I don't remember Linux very well.
They must be kidnapping people from all over the world.
I tried Linux and I wanted to kill myself, so I went back to Windows. Like, having to fucking become Hacker Man to install something was really annoying. However, I hear Linux jobs pay well.
Wait, he just said they're kidnapping people all over the world and then just transferring them to Africa. This amount of people?
Well, that's why.
You know, the logistics of that would be ridiculous. Wow, that's a big guy.
Wait, is that an infected crab? Giant enemy
What?
crab.
Giant enemy crab. Roll mechanic times.
I don't know what I'm shooting, I'm just shooting it.
Ow.
Ooh, herb.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
What am I shooting? Oh, there's flesh
Are
swords.
we shooting the mouth?
No, shoot the
Okay.
flesh swords, yeah. I'm trying. Oh shit. All 100 of it going away. Okay, that's
Alright, bitch.
Yippee!
Next one.
Wait,
Yippee!
oh, throw a grenade in there! Throw a grenade in there! I thought that would work, I'm sorry. It looked like a perfect opening for a grenade, though.
It did, but I think it was the right idea. Where'd he go? Oh.
Yeah, pump full of high caliber bullets, fuck yeah!
Phase 86.
Ew, ew, ah, no!
Not the beast!
Please not give birth live on stream, thank you.
What is it doing? Why is it flying like that? Ah! Oh! It's just flying in circles like a retard.
Ah!
Thank you for dropping everything that I need in life. What the fuck? Are you trying to break this place?
I
I
probably.
bet you would want to break this place.
Oh, god damn it. Yeah, shoot the arms. There's rifle ammo that I cannot
Where'd it
collect.
go?
Upstairs. That is actually working, by the way.
Stop it.
Stop moving! Fuck!
You can't break it just because you're angry. Beat his ass.
Alright, come on. Toss it in! Yes! I knew it! Chat, I was right. I was right, chat.
You just gotta get close enough.
Yeah.
Do it again.
Do it again! Man, I love
I don't have it, you gotta
my
do it.
hot loads.
Have another one.
And another one.
Have another one.
Yes, game, I know. Shoot the big ugly spot.
He's so angry.
Woo! Can I get you to drop one more time? I would like to be able to pick up, hold on, I'm gonna give you... Here.
This guy dropped so much ammo. Thanks.
Yeah, you can have that flashbang. That probably works on those bugs, by the way.
Oh. Break those arms!
Ah!
I like this map because they just drop fucking ammo.
It just drops infinite amounts of ammo, yeah. Ah!
Come here.
I can't move.
It's okay. He just needs another one.
And another
Have
one.
another one. So fucking goofy.
Ah! Oh!
Ah! Thanks, man.
Yeah, I need that for myself. I just need an excuse to use it.
Oh, more
This
bugs?
This thing is annoying.
Oh,
Do I just have to shoot its skull? Shit.
would you shoot his skull now?
Yeah, because it's...
Suddenly he's not falling.
I don't know. I think we do, because it's not falling down anymore.
Oops. Whoa.
Also, this thing drops like 50 rounds of SMG ammo.
It dropped so much.
It's
Come here,
insane.
bitch.
Oh! One more!
Come get him. I don't have it, so I can't.
Yummy, yummy!
This
I
thing
lo-
is retarded.
Oh my god.
Die. Goodbye. I feel sorry for her to clean that up.
The giant enemy crab. That was the least Ouroboros thing I've seen, by the way.
I like when they're humanoid tentacle monsters like Nemesis.
Yeah, that one doesn't look diseased, it just looks like something out of, like, God Eater.
Yeah.
Have you played God Eater?
Fucking. God Eater's one of my favorite series, yeah.
I swear, it feels like that game has, like, the weirdest, like, art clash. You have, like... I think I described it to a friend as, like, you have, like these cutesy ambi characters, and then you have, like, these monsters that are just like, I am Death Fuck, number 66.
Yep. Death fuck.
Yeah, Death Fuck 66.
and they're trying to eat you. Who are you, lady? I don't care about you. Tell me what to do.
Excelia Gianna, goddamn, you got a nice pair. And they are nicely exposed. Look at that. Look at that dress.
Too bad she probably has a fucking T-virus.
Yeah,
STD.
that's true.
So it was you.
So it was you. Where's my fucking...
Cut the crap. Tell me where she is.
You think I would tell you? Tell me she is!
I don't think you should fuck with Chris. He does not play.
Sample 0084.
Alright.
I mean, why would she need to tell the truth? We're in enemy territory.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not believing anything she says. You don't have a reason to.
69. Hey, look, 69. Got 69.
Hey, nice.
Nice. I don't know why I thought that was important.
5-1.
Holy
What
shit!
now?
Look how much pistol ammo I got.
Bye.
Oh my god. That's...
You have a, oh my god, you are.
I
you
am
have
loaded.
a lot of pistol ammo. Holy shit. I have a bunch of shotgun ammo. Hold on,
I-
let me
I'm gonna put this in storage.
remove combine. Sell all.
No,
Got
man,
it
that's
here.
disappointing. So the Lion Heart's only worth about... Lion Hearts are worth 250. Blue Enigmas are worth that much.
Okay. You.
Alright. You need more upgrades. No, you're fully upgraded. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Das Vidania, baby. I need something else.
Get rid of this. Remove. And I want a life spray because those are important to me.
I'm assuming that assault rifle,
Ooh, bulletproof vest.
yeah, they start selling them now.
Acid rounds? Oh shit.
That's for the grenade launcher.
Oh. Sick.
Yeah, you could get flashbang, explosive, and acid. Which flashbang kills the, those head things. I need something more high powered. AKA, I need to fucking upgrade my rifle.
Wait.
I cannot upgrade this.
Organize. Inventory.
Wait, how much can I upgrade this rifle to? Oh god. That's already bigger than the SVD. I guess the SVD being semi-auto is just like the best thing about it. Machine gun.
Sorry, which one? The machine gun?
Oh, wait! Your AK-47 uses machine gun rounds.
Yeah, it does.
It has better firepower than the MP5 and the VZ. Okay, that's fine. We share ammo pool.
Right. We share one ammo pool.
Yeah, no, we share two. We have pistol. Unless you want to swap.
Oh yeah.
You might.
Well, I guess just.
Do you want to swap out the revolver or?
I think I'm just gonna kick out the revolver because I think these are the only two weapons I'm gonna really use.
Okay. Yeah, because revolver ammo gets really tricky. I have an issue with it. There's never enough of it.
Yeah, let me.
I'm eventually just gonna mag dump Wesker if we ever get to him.
Oh, we're going to. Can you actually kill him? Can you actually beat him?
Wesker?
Yeah, not at the end. Not at the end. I mean before that.
I don't know. I've only killed them at the end.
Oh.
I
I don't
really
know if it's
hope.
actually possible.
I'm really hoping that later on in this playthrough, or after this playthrough, there's like an enable cutscene actions with special points.
All right, let's find her then.
Let's
What is
find
going
her
on with
then.
Come on, Sheva! Come on! Come on!
Come on!
Hurry! Come on! Come on! Come on!
Hurry!
Hurry! I'm right here. Calm down.
No. I must yell.
Come on!
Come on.
Okay, rifle rounds, it's me. Machine gun rounds are finally for you, by the way.
You have more than enough fucking handgun ammo right now. I'm not gonna give you those. You are strapped.
Yeah, I have 50 right now.
You have more. You have like 80.
No, I put them in my inventory. Oh, hey, look! Militia! Finally, a shooting segment.
Actual people.
Fucking instantly down one. Neckbreaker! Oh! I just broke his neck. You okay?
Whoa.
You okay?
This fucker stun batoned me. Piece of shit.
Oh my god.
How dare you?
They just fucking tased you.
I forgot they even had that shit in this game. I'm dying.
I do have to ask, does she have like her own version of the neckbreaker?
I don't even know if she has a neckbreaker.
The way you do that is you go behind the enemy, and then you it's usually an uppercut, and then there's a, neckbreaker version.
Oh.
Woo! Flashing!
Oh, shit!
Did you get
How
one?
are you shooting me if you... How is he shooting me?
Did you just die for no reason?
Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh, I am dying. I need help.
Hold on. Alright, I got you. Yippee!
Thank you. Yippee.
Alright.
How the fuck?
You're fucking...
He shot me from behind the pillar.
Yeah...
No. No, my actual question was like, how the hell is he shooting me when he has no head? How can he see?
They have like a last command sort of deal.
This guy is just chilling up here. Look at him.
Don't come down. Ah, he's dead. Get somebody up there. Okay.
He's not dead. Is he dead now?
Probably not.
How many shells is he gonna take?
I think the issue with the shotgun is it's really close range. It's not like a real shotgun.
You don't need that head. What are you dropping, boy? Hmm? Doesn't drop T-Virus juice.
Just two guys making weird fucking noise. Making liquid noises.
Give me that shit.
15,000.
Take cover.
Yeah, you
No.
can take... they turn into a cover shot last second.
I don't believe in cover!
Me neither. I got you. I got you, G.
Like you cut G. Oh!
Got him. I think.
Oh!
Okay, you need to start using... I need to go up there before you die.
Maybe.
You are getting peppered.
Ah! They hate me!
They really do. Okay. Oh shit, there's one over there. Okay, there's a bunch of them over here. You got any grenades?
Nope.
That's fine. Alright, that one's down.
Come on.
He's down.
Herb!
Alright, I may have caused an industrial accident, but that's fine.
Okay. No one saw us do it.
Yeah, exactly. It's not recorded or anything. Do you want me to heal you?
Please.
Get sprayed.
Get sprayed, idiot.
Get sprayed, dumbass. Fix the evil model.
Wait. Come by.
I would actually... I'm actually gonna explore for a bit. Let me see something here. Because we keep missing
What?
weapons.
I guess there might be a weapon in here.
I don't know. I'm just... I keep...
Praying.
Let me actually... I can do a walkthrough. Nah, fuck it. Let's do it raw first time. That's fucking...
Raw? Okay. We're doing it raw. We're doing it live.
I bet let's do... They're blind, excuse me.
We're just fucking going for it, man. We're going to Africa raw.
It's over. It's over. This is
It's over. It's Jover.
completely over. Alright.
Oh, another cutscene.
Another cutscene.
It was quiet, too quiet.
You know what sucks? Shepard has never seen outside of RE5 ever again.
Ever.
Ever again. She only exists here as a replacement to Shell Fountain. Albert. Metal Gear.
Albert. Metal Gear.
Metal Gear.
It's not even that she's not likable, it's that there's nothing to like about her.
Yeah, she's kind of just reacting to most of what Chris does.
She exists because they wanted to make a 2-player game.
Yeah. And they can't, for some reason they decided to kill Jill off. For plot reasons. Also, I have Magnum rounds and I hate this.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunately, because I can't fucking use them!
We just walk by them.
Probably. How strong is this? Not strong enough. I forgot, Licker's are completely blind. Oh god!
Let's keep it walking, man. Easy. Unless we want their lion hearts.
I kinda do.
But then that would, and I mean, if you want to use the ammo. Oh!
Fuck you and your tongue! Oh god, oh yeah, I forgot about the Resident Evil fucking liquor scene. That is... Did you see that one? Resident Evil 3?
No.
Oh god. If you ever get Resident Evil 3...
Resident Evil 3?
Yeah, if you ever get that one, you'll see what I'm talking about. I mean, the Resident Evil liquor scene.
Oh. Is it weird?
It is very weird. It is straight out of a hentai.
Why?
Yeah, it's... I saw someone else play RE3, and it, like, god damn, it goes right down their throat. What the fuck?
That's fucking terrifying.
Can you go on the floor?
What? Man, you cut me.
Yeah, I cut you free. Open fire,
Yes,
open
you
fire, open fire.
You
There's two behind you.
Wow. Whoa. Whoa.
Okay, I freed you because it has penetration. Good. Yeah, the sniper rifles all have natural penetration, by the way.
That's convenient.
Oh yeah. This is not... I'll just pretend like it's worth it, but it's not. It's really not.
I mean, I don't know how much the lion hearts are worth.
250. 2,500.
That's almost one upgrade.
For a lot of the early weapons it is, including for the AK.
Hold on, wait. Let me, combine. Let me reload quick.
Okay. Do I have a health item?
What the fuck? Chris did like a triple fucking spin on my screen. This again.
Oh my god. Oh my god, we're in a factory?
What the fuck is happening over there? Y'all good down there?
Yeah, look, there's a bunch of explosive propane tanks.
This place is stupid.
This place is dumb. Use more of your shotgun ammo.
Okay.
Did you
What the
understand
fuck?
what he just said?
No, you don't want to. Wow, there's a lot of you guys. Alright, I'm gonna play carefully because I don't have the health for this.
There we go.
Oh,
Ah! What the fuck?
they're on the other side.
Oh, they're on the other side. Shit. You motherfucker. Ah! I'm not paying attention. I gotta cover one side.
At least they're limited.
They're actually taking advantage of her party system. Okay, that's
Hold on.
Grenade! Come over here so I can heal myself.
I'm coming!
I know I am. I'm seeing the light, and not in the way I want.
Is he dead?
No.
Whoa! That guy's not dead.
Yeah.
Alright, now where's the rest of his fucking friends?
Probably with the guy throwing fucking flashbangs at us. Give me some.
Alright, let's go.
Oh, they're down below. Okay. Ain't good.
Alright, where's the hidden guy? There's always a hidden guy.
That last one. Ooh.
Gold.
Ooh, pocket change.
We are liberating Africa of their fucking gold. Surely.
Who is buying this off us?
I don't know. The government or some shit?
Yeah, I guess.
Where's the last enemy?
Also, they're giving them a lot of shotgun ammo.
Yeah. I hear them.
I think they're up above. Yeah, look, there's a bunch of fucking propane tanks that they're just burning. I don't know why they're burning it.
Where is he?
Not here. Is it Lily? Is it upstairs? No way.
I think he's up here, but I can't see him.
Are we? Oh. Oh. Do we have to go
Is he
down?
stuck? Down? You found a down?
Let me check something here.
Wait, hold on. Looks like we gotta go over there.
It looks like we have to go on the conveyor belt.
Wow, that is the last place I want to go.
Yeah, we can't get in from here. Okay, we have to go in from the other side. Over here.
Other side.
I've been playing Marathon a lot, so confusing level design is getting easier to understand.
Alright, where are you?
Over here.
Come on.
Oh, we do have to ride a conveyor belt?
Yeah, we do have to ride the conveyor belt.
Isn't that nice?
Against it. And there's going to be enemies spawning in immediately.
Isn't that nice?
No, it's not fucking nice. It's fucking awful.
Yay!
I'm gonna fucking break your neck.
This is not something I'd want to do in real life.
You see me break his neck?
And he's dead.
That's an insta-kill, by the way.
Oh, that's sick. He's
Yeah.
Omega dead.
Yeah, if you go behind them, there should be something equivalent to the neck breaker. There's a red herb over here if you want me to bind it. Oh, green herb.
Hold on, wait.
Anyone over here? No, not yet. Yeah, you combine that, I'm gonna go down here and get shot.
Okay.
It's just like admitting to my fate.
You have fun with that.
I'm trying to.
Don't get blown up.
Too late. I just blew...
This is just... I would never want to do this.
Me neither.
You did not just throw a fucking thing at me. You guys are stupid as hell.
Fuck them, they deserve it. They decided to get on the explosive conveyor belt. It's not my fault. Oh, hold on. Shoot the explosives! Yeah!
I did.
Yeah! Fuck them!
I thought I got the shield and I didn't like it.
Yeah.
And you were already on the ground, so I assumed you were invuln.
Yeah, I knew I was.
Oh! Here, wait, hold on, let me heal you.
Are you having fun yet?
I'm having fun.
Hey, look, we stopped it. Yay!
Where's the rest of these motherfuckers?
Always shoot their legs.
Look, a weapon.
Is there? Let me get that. What's
A SIG.
that? Oh, a SIG! Woo! Upgrade.
Incendiary grenade.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
Boxes.
This... You get an AK, I get a
Boxes.
SIG. Fuck yeah.
I want that. There's so many shotgun shells. Holy shit.
Yeah, this is just a direct upgrade to the the
Combine.
VZ.
Oh, combine.
Can you combine?
Where are they?
Upstairs.
Huh?
Upstairs.
Oh,
Upstairs.
upstairs going this way, right?
Yeah. Power's out. That's
I don't-
be a way to store it. I had to turn it on. I had to turn on this factory. I must build the factory.
Even when you're not playing Factorio, you're playing Factorio.
I must build this. Hey, at least it's better than being dragged to France. France can be beautiful at times. I don't like being dragged there by my feet.
Oh, what the fuck is on the walls?
I don't know. I'm not gonna answer that.
Like mucus.
That doesn't do anything.
Oh. Missiles.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ, what is going on in this place?
Nuclear-
War against who? Wesker doesn't have enemies. He can do
Metal
whatever he
Gear.
wants. Metal Gear.
Metal Gear. This really is a
Right
Metal Gear
plan.
plot. What the fuck?
It is.
Missiles.
No one's
What?
fucking with Wesker.
Yeah, what? I mean, as soon as we get to missiles, it's kind of grounds for invasion at that point.
Yeah.
Even if you do have, like, BSAA funding.
Look, it's an elevator.
Ah!
We are going up.
Oh, we turned on the power. It's a generator.
By killing the enemies, of course. Which ones? I don't know, because I can't see.
I don't see anything. I think they're below. Oh.
Where did you just come from when you hit that lever?
They popped. They popped.
Oh,
Yeah, see? Look, it
I
popped.
see. Yes, it did.
Ew. I have to go
They
and
didn't
use
do
this.
anything. I hope they have guns.
This really is a Resident Evil, not a Resident Evil and Aliens moment.
It is.
Oh, God!
Hi.
I wasn't even sure!
He's coming everywhere.
Oh god, I wasn't even sure if it was a Resident Evil, Aliens moment, but yeah, it is. Holy shit.
The manly instinct to unload every bullet you have.
Into a unknown predator alien? Yeah.
Exactly.
I should probably just get out the back and then... Actually, there's probably another one coming in. Hey, you can jump down. This is a
Okay.
terrible idea. I have to jump down, go around, and avoid the bodies, because they'll grab me. Avoid the bodies, they'll grab you and drag you into the furnace.
That's just petty. You're dying.
Doesn't matter. Fuck off.
No.
Did you just pick up a man's necklace? Yeah. That man's necklace. I saw that. No!
We gotta get our paper up, Chris. We gotta hit the fuck out of here.
We gotta hit the treadmill.
What's this?
Rifle.
I don't know that.
You want the pistol? No, you're full.
I'm full. I'm like solid on ammo. I need machine ammo more than anything.
Yeah.
What do I have?
I can
I
at
have
least put
select.
the SMG away now.
Come on!
Come on!
Come on.
No, I just feel bad for Sheva because she's like, she's not bad or terrible. It's just that nothing really happens with her.
She's a solid 5 out of 10.
Yeah,
Like nothing happens with her in particular.
yeah. She just flame rounds. Oh shit!
Flame rounds.
I was supposed to. Was I supposed to bring a? I was probably.
I have 2 incendiary grenades.
I have war crime rounds. Hell yeah!
War crime rounds. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah! Yeah,
Alright, go ahead.
you know, Chris, you could probably just use that like a pistol. It's only .32.
You know,
One hand.
that gun looks really tiny in his hands.
The VZ.
Yeah.
I love it. I love the gun.
Oh.
I do. I don't know why I like it so much.
Every man has their favorite weapon.
Exactly.
What the fuck?
There's no logical reason for me to like it. It's made in Shizek. Apparently it was designed for... Oh, let me listen to this.
Dude in the head.
Oh, I thought you was nude.
Where's Jill?
It's like,
It's just a back shot. I'll...
Jill, Jill, Jill. I don't want to fucking hear it.
You spent so long trying to track down Ouroboros to this ancient facility. Ew.
Hell.
Ew.
Ah! He has worms!
Oh wait, this is reanimator fight, isn't it?
Hmm? What the fuck are the terrorists gonna do with it anyway?
Yeah, I don't know what terrorist cell would buy this.
Even terrorists have morals. It's like, what's the point?
But that's why they're terrorists. They're terrorizing people to establish a moral goal or immoral goal.
Yeah. Terrorists aren't gonna kill everyone. They just want to terrorize people.
This is just stupid.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. We don't know what Resident Evil's been talking about for a long time, Sheva.
Everyone will.
Things are just happening a lot.
Ew.
Oh, can you pick up your worm, dude?
Oh god, the New World Order cult.
World Order, yay!
Wait!
What the fuck?
Wait, is this the Town Club monster we fought before in episode 1? Yes. Hey look, it's...
Ah, you're the pus thing.
Hold on. I need to eat...
And then we shoot it?
Yeah, shoot. Ah!
Alright, mine's
What?
and we shoot that now, right?
I'm assuming it's the only thing I see. I'm starting to think they have like a standard health pool and then they have like the stagger health pool, if that makes any sense.
Where did he go? Oh, he went into the floor.
You became worms.
Nice duck.
Thank you, it was really delayed.
I'm gonna use a pistol. Could you come over to the fucking tank, please?
Yeah, can you please get this? Oh my god.
Is there another tank I can find?
Shoot the orbs.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, flamethrower!
Let's go!
You know, we keep this just in case, guys. The flamethrower. The flamethrower is now ready for use. Thank you for using our services.
Come on, buddy.
Wait, no, that didn't just... Hold on. That was 100 rounds? Holy shit, that's a lot. Pick it up. Oh,
You won't
fuck.
pick it up.
You won't pick it up?
Whoop.
Ah! Can I pick up the flamethrower? Yes. And God said it was good. Burn!
Go, 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 go!
Burn!
How's it feel, bitch? Oh,
I'm gonna put this back
Oh.
so I can refuel.
come on. Come here, buddy.
Okay. I put it back on there so I can refuel. You can pick it
Okay.
up next if you want.
No, you can have it. I'm gonna shoot his balls.
Whatever floats your boats.
My boat is floating.
On shooting his boat.
Why is he coming this way?
By the way, he still takes damage if you shoot the body.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I didn't realize that the first time, I just didn't know. And then when I shot him with the revolver, I'm like, what if I just mag dumped him?
Huh. Most of the mechanics are, just shoot the weak spots, that's why I was confused.
Okay, it's ready again.
Set him on fire, fuck this guy!
It's just me, I'm on cleanup duty. I am on cleanup duty. Burn! Oh god, that hurt.
See you, retard!
How far is this? This is not far at all. I have to like be really close to them, by the way.
Ooh, I pressed A.
Ah! What is this? O2?
How
No,
much health does this guy have?
too much. Too much. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna recharge my O2 tank.
Woo! Can you pick up my tank? He really doesn't want to pick it up.
I think we had to guide it to him. Let's come over here. Holy shit. Come on!
Come on, buddy. Pick it up.
Woo! Okay, that's two monsters. That's fine. Fuck him.
Where'd he go?
I think he still took damage anyway, it's fine.
Oh, he's behind us.
Yeah, nothing personnel, kiddo.
Nothing personnel. Alright.
Okay, you're up next.
Yep, I have more health. Come here, bitch. How close do I need to be?
You need to be, like, a breath away.
A
I
breath
was-
away, huh?
Yeah. Right back there is good. It's not that far.
Burn!
It makes me think it's like an aerosol burner.
Where is your actual health? How much health do you have?
It has too much, I'm just gonna say.
Yay! Why are you still alive?
Why do you exist? Go away, Super AIDS. I don't want it.
I'm gonna need so much ammo after this.
I'm already empty.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Bing. Oh, there's ready.
Dinner's ready.
Yeah.
The oven's heated.
It literally went ding. And it looks like it's a T-Rex right now. It's like stumbling over itself.
Die, bitch.
Burn! Burn the worm away. Man, this is not as bad as the time my dog had worms.
How much health do you have?
This thing has way too much health. Holy shit.
Are we doing the right thing?
I think
I'm pretty sure we are.
At this point, we're just gonna have to pray. Shoot and pray. And move.
Pray it is.
Okay, that's Slim 1. It's moving. It's
What?
over there for you.
Yeah. Or does it want you?
It's fine, I can dodge. I'm making a mistake, and I don't care. Die!
Oh!
Yeah, it just smacked me. I hate the fact that I had to be, like, in smacking distance for it to work. Ah!
Get that green. Oh, wait, hold on, wait.
Can you do a full heal?
Hold on.
Oh my god.
Well, at least I got the heal off.
Yeah.
What?
God, I hate this thing.
Hold on. Why won't you die? Maybe we're doing something. Hold on.
No, I think this boss is just fucking long.
Oh, okay.
I just saw the fucking flashing red sign of dodge. Not God, dodge.
Dodge?
It read like God.
Burn him!
Really? Second arm back?
How
Also-
many times?
Must we do this fight, old man? Woo! I pressed just in time.
Okay. Die already. Cease to exist.
Please just die. Is chat saying anything? Or is it just silent at the moment?
He refuses to die.
Oh!
Oh, wait, never mind.
Oh! I
It
got-
is just incredibly fucking long.
Holy shit,
That was like 10 minutes.
Holy shit! Damage done.
Well, this is gone now.
Fuck's sakes.
Motherfucker took so long.
Oh my god.
Why?
I don't know. We'll never know.
Oh my God.
Let me see here.
I better get tons of fucking ammo.
I need to upgrade this thing so it actually deals good damage.
I wish they'd let us keep the flamethrower, but then we would run out of gas.
Yeah.
Um,
I could grab some of that. Right? Oh yeah, I was gonna take the Magnum because I have...
my fucking ammo back.
Does this need any more upgrading? No. You have purchased all the available upgrades. Okay, that's fine.
Nice.
And then we'll upgrade the rifle, which is not fully upgraded. And I should probably actually sell my
1300.
treasure. Power Stone is a pale yellow heart-cut gem. It's called a Power Stone. Fucking metal.
Alright, so now I'm gonna get my... What was it called?
What is it called?
Ah.
This reload speed in
gonna-
this gun is amazing, by the way. It's like 2.55 seconds.
God damn, that's fast.
Yeah.
Flame rounds.
Oh, can you buy him that?
Oh, I can buy a stun rod. You can buy flame rounds.
Yeah. Awesome.
Grenade
Yes.
launcher, rocket launcher.
Why did I not just buy all? Let's still all. There we go. Okay, I can now reload up. It takes only 1.9 seconds to reload. And goes
1.9
down.
seconds. Nice.
It's not even fully upgraded yet. I also have my revolver out, so just in case.
Alright. I am ready.
Let's fucking go. We have a revolver, we have a machine gun, which is going to be our shared ammo pool. You're going to pick up all the handgun ammo now.
What's all this
Okay.
nonsense about evolution and being worthy? What does she mean?
What did
What does
she
she
mean
mean?
by this?
Stoning it, selecting DNA. Doesn't matter what she says. She's just a terrorist. End of story.
Yes, she is.
Before us getting out of here.
He just completely dismisses what's going on.
I don't give a fuck.
I don't care. She's a terrorist. She's gotta die. I don't
That's
know
right.
why I'm here. Jill.
That's Chris. Jill.
Jill. Oh god.
What do we do now? Where do we leave?
After here. Also, this thing's great. I look like fucking Dirty Harry with it. I like it. Yeah, Dirty Harry. Look how long
Wait, so
this
this-
thing is. Look at this. That's actually.
Oh my god, look at that.
It's fucking long. It's got that nice black barrel on it too. Like that black gun chrome on it.
Yeah, that shit's fucking nice. Controller.
Apparently, there's an. Is it in this chapter? Or is it next chapter? We already got the weapon for that chapter, so there's enough one here then. Okay.
Is there one? Is there one in every single chapter?
Not in every one of them, but in a couple chapters. Basically, there should be one in 6-1 and 6-2. No, not 6-2, because that's the boss fight. Ah, this is your ammo. That's my ammo.
Hang on.
Isn't it nice to just get all the ammo and realize, oh yeah, this is all for me?
Yep. No more splitting. Less thoughts. Where should we go?
They're here.
This again. Tired of the armed forces.
I kind of like them. Also, the fact that they could still use guns kind of makes them more of a threat.
That's fair. Also, zombie superpowers. Yep.
It's like, yeah, you have zombie superpowers and guns, because that's the thing that's been keeping us alive, is guns. As it turns out, completely destroying your brain does not actually make you better.
Die, bitch. One down.
The fuck do you mean electric rounds? There's electric grenade rounds. I should be carrying a fucking grenade launcher with me. What the fuck? Fucking kicked him in the ass.
Kick the shit out of him.
Oh shit!
The fuck out of here.
Oh my god. This thing is nasty, holy shit.
There's the door. What's over here?
I should probably be using the Magnum on that, honestly, whenever those things show up. But I was saving for
The
the boss.
bug?
The bug.
Moog?
The bug. The bugs.
If I saw one of those in real life, I would just fucking end my life on the spot. I quit.
I quit, I leave.
I'm actually just done.
Control Alt F delete.
Yep.
Alright. Okay, the sniper rifle looks fine then. Alright, goddamn,
God,
but get
bitch.
it! You're trying to get a fucking Oscar! Holy shit!
Chris has nothing to say. Oh! That motherfucker tried it.
He tried it.
He actually just tried to stand there with the fucking door. He wasn't even fast enough.
Do you want the rifle here? It's a sniper rifle. It's an HK.
Hold on. You quick? Wait, hold on.
I'll say, hey, I was right.
I like my current ammo pool, so if you want it, you can have it.
Okay, I'll take it.
Oh wait, did I pick it up by accident? I did.
No, you didn't.
Nice.
It's a H&K PSG-1. Ooh, that's a that's a forbidden weapon. An H&K weapon? No way.
That's a baby.
Not
Okay.
only is it a baby, it's a it's H&K, meaning it's almost impossible to get on the civilian market.
Wait, hold on. We gotta start a power.
Can we?
Yeah.
No, okay.
Question is,
Yeah, I should.
how the fuck?
I'm gonna keep the grenade launcher next time, because goddamn it happened again.
We gotta do this fucking train track shit again.
Probably.
Train track conveyor belt stuff again, baby. How do I get down?
We get down through. I don't think we go down.
No? Okay. Hold on.
Is there like a generator in here? No. That's for you.
This.
There
Yes.
should be another revolver. I saw there was an S&W 500. That was probably a shop-only revolver.
Drop only.
Yeah, they choose it. So the two pistols you can't get anywhere else in the game.
Yeah.
Those are completely optional.
Uh-huh.
The S&W revolver is the S&W 500. It's the fully chrome one.
Ah, okay.
I don't know if that one's more high damage or not. Oh, we just forgot to press the fucking switch.
I hit the switch. I hit the switch. It said the power needs to be on.
In this room with the HK.
Oh.
Yeah.
We're done.
No, it's fine.
Where'd it go?
Wait, you have grenades
The
on your
same
chest?
Huh?
He has grenades on his chest.
Oh. I hope they react to bullets.
They do. I just fucking shot that midair.
Good.
Fuck
Well,
you.
you tried to be scary. You fucking tried it,
He tried it.
idiot.
Oh, okay. I get it. Hold on.
One of us got a consent over there.
Yeah. So right now it's gonna be you.
Here we go.
Who's shooting you?
You not shoot at me?
Shit, I'm trying to. What the fuck? What the fuck? They're popping even if I hit him in the back.
I'm doing that. Whoa, what the fuck hit me?
That would be the tangle.
Oh.
Yeah, they could just randomly hit you. Also, there's an AK-47 guy over there.
I see him.
Like, I see him, I can't hit him. It's actually taking a good amount of damn cover. Okay, send it back over. Dirty Harry. I'll save this for bosses then. It's probably a better idea.
The Dirty Harry.
Yeah, it deals 3,000 damage, by the way. It deals 3,000 damage.
That's insane. Yeah, save that shit for a boss.
Wait, help, it's not moving. It's not moving with me.
It is moving.
No, I mean, I'm not moving with it.
What the fuck? Oh, must be internet. Where are you? Oh, here you are.
Oh god. Oh god, they have RPGs.
You all look the same. RPG man, where are you?
I almost died.
Oh, the controller. My controller is being weird.
Chat, this
All
might
right,
be it.
We're safe. We're safe. We're safe.
There's
We're
one
safe.
more.
We're safe. We're
There's
safe.
one more. Wait.
What the fuck? Oh, Jesus.
That's fine.
That's cool.
Ooh, Magnum.
Magnum ammo. That's fucking rare.
That is rare as fuck. Anyways, let me test it on this. That is one shot.
Jesus Christ.
It usually takes 3 shots from the sniper rifles.
Oh!
You okay?
Oh my god! No, I'm not.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so they do like a death rattle thing.
Where's RPG Man?
He's dead. I shot him in the head.
Oh. Let me heal us, hold on.
Alright. Ah! Ugh! Ugh! Neckbreaker! Yeah!
Boy, am I glad those explosions don't hurt us.
I think they do if we're close enough. Also, I just stole like your roll of treasury shit.
Come on!
Roger.
Oh.
Come on.
Roger.
Oh wait, you can spawn with Roger. There's a gold here. Not gold, herb.
Gold digger what?
There's herb.
Gold herb?
Yeah, I already looted the treasure here. It was in that corner.
Oh, okay.
It was a roll necklace, don't worry about it. Apparently there's not much treasure in these chapters.
No? I guess because it's towards the end of the game, they're just like, oh yeah, you got your money already, and we let you grind.
Yeah.
Just go do it.
You get a lot more, it seems like you get a lot more weapons in like the civilized parts, and then when you're in like the more rural outback parts, it's like, yeah, fuck it.
Hmm. Give me that. Give me that.
I can't grab this fucking herb because I got precious ammo. Should I discard this electric ammo? Probably. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna grab the herb. What a shame.
If someone told me that Resident Evil would look like this in like 20 years, or wherever the fuck this came out, since like the PS1 version, I'd be like, you're lying.
You're lying. Technology would never advance that far. We will forever regress in the Stone Age.
Remember in Back to the Future where they were like, we're gonna have hoverboards in 2015?
Technically we do, they're really lame.
Yeah.
They're really fucking lame. They're not
They were nowhere near
We
cool.
do have anti-hover technology, by the way. Have you seen that?
Anti-hover?
No, anti-grav technology.
I haven't been paying attention to anti-grav technology, definitely not.
It's pretty... It's the actual real thing, like, it's, you know, like the floating object in midair with no discernible source. The way they do it is they super cool the magnet. Like a really powerful magnet. Did I just fucking kill 2 of them with 1 shot?
That gun is insane. You gotta hold on to that.
I'm going to use up the last 3 rounds, but other than that, I'm going to fucking save,
Oh.
Yeah, I have a... You see it in the inventory?
Oh, you have... Okay, you're good.
Yeah. I have 15 rounds. And that just went through 2 of them effortlessly.
Are we going up? We are going up.
We're going up a fucking circle and it's making me dizzy. I'm gonna vomit.
Well, that's unfortunate. Thank God I don't get motion sick. No shit, Sheva.
Yeah.
Something's stopping it.
Are they just shooting us?
Stop spinning me.
I am having to do a fucking target range bullshit with this shit. Oh, we get to spin faster when you...
again.
We're going faster again, great.
I can't fucking... I can't!
Please help, please put the... Please help. Help me!
What are down here?
Oh my god.
This is...
Chat-
this is really annoying.
Chat, you don't
This is
understand.
really annoying.
This is horrible. This is really fucking annoying. Like, I can't hit shit like this.
Got 1 shot on him. Well, at least we're still going up.
Okay, come.
Why do they know what to do anyway?
Who taught them this? Oh, thank God. Yeah. Kill the ones shooting at us, not the ones holding the fucking switch. That's actually helping us. Thank you, you're helping me.
I can hit them.
I can always hit that one. Got him.
Good.
Okay, now we just gotta kill the guy holding the switch.
Wherever he is.
Yeah, because apparently it just makes a spin in a circle.
Why is he helping us?
I don't know. We gotta shoot him
Right
now.
now.
Oh, guy headshot at that
here?
time. Yeah, he was in there. Don't worry about it.
Oh.
That was fucking awful. Holy shit.
I don't know why. They thought they were really smart putting that section in this game, I think.
This is the most annoying section, but at least it's good target practice.
Yeah.
Listen, you can't get better if you're constantly at the same playing field. Sometimes you need, like...
Sometimes you need to be spun around. Sometimes meat spin is the answer.
God damn it.
That being said...
This is really fucking annoying.
Please!
Okay. Okay, we're up. Holy shit.
Oh,
You okay? No.
I fucked up. He looked in my general direction. I need help. I'm dying.
King, where are you?
Please come assist me.
Come to me.
I am. Hurry up! Caught in 4K, me spin is the answer. Welcome to me dying. We gotta do that again. I'm gonna kill myself.
Alright. Alright, I get to put this fucking gun back and I get to save this fucking ammo. Holy shit. Oh my god. That was horrible. Chat, you have no idea how fucking horrible that was. That was awful.
It'd be worse. Well, we got to do it again anyway.
I don't want this gun. Never mind. This one's terrible. The SVD and the... Oh god,
Go
the
back.
SVD's better. Holy shit.
Who the fuck made the goddamn carousel stage? I want to talk to him. I just want to talk.
That was awful.
Who did that?
Who did this? Why would you
Someone
do
thought
this?
they were really smart.
Why would you do this? Why would you make me vomit live?
Because they're fucking crazy. Hey, can I sell this? How much I sell this for? 1,000?
I'll take the grenade launcher if it means, if I get more of those rounds. Because at that point, if I'm getting those kinds of rounds, I want to take the grenade launcher.
I
Woo!
don't see why not.
Alright, and then
I don't see why not.
sell all. Upgrade our SIG. Because it's fucking sick. And I can't upgrade it anymore besides giving it more capacity. Okay.
What does the melee vest even do? I've had this shit in my inventory since the war.
The melee vest basically decreases the amount of melee damage you get. It's like
I don't want this shit.
It's like the bulletproof vest where if you get hit by a ranged weapon, you take less damage.
Oh, well, that one actually sounds cool.
Yeah, that's what I assume and know because that's basic. It's basic
Okay.
logic.
That makes sense. When am I gonna get hit by a melee attack all that often, though?
You've been hit with a stun mod before, remember?
I have, but
Wait, when did I get this first aid spray?
I think I gave it to you by accident.
Oh.
Alright, we gotta do the fucking carousel again.
Just pick up this handgun ammo that's for you. For your pleasure.
Oh, my pleasure. Thanks, man.
For her pleasure. I hate the fucking condom ad stuck in my fucking head. It's written for her pleasure.
One of my favorite my favorite kind of commercials are the ones about women on their periods and everyone's all happy and it's like, this is not how it works.
This is not how it works. They usually
Not how it works.
They usually
That
go
isn't-
from pissed off, depressed, to angry to really fucking horny,
It's just not. It's
to
just,
then
it's-
back
it's,
to being pissed off.
It's not. They're having a horrible time.
They're having. It's called having mood swings with a sigh of pain.
Your body, your fucking inner blender has decided to kill itself again.
Your body has decided to flush out all the eggs.
I hate this.
Me too. Did I just get all of them?
What if we don't kill them? What about that?
I think if we don't kill them, I think we just go up and then basically ignore them. If I shoot the guy who's holding the fucking lever.
Ah.
Hold on. This has flash rounds in it. Finally, I can live out my dream as a serial flasher, flashing African men. Wait, what?
We're also not getting ammo.
Yeah, because
No, something's stopping.
when they're not there. I cannot stand how I sound.
Fuck.
Can they even? They can't even hit us.
They can't hit us either. They're going through the same thing we are.
This is so stupid. This is stupid.
No amount of overburls can make this a better situation for anyone involved.
Listen, I don't have like fear powers. I can only shoot so well.
I don't want to use my ammo. Can I just run in circles?
Yeah, you can run in circles. That's probably better.
Okay.
I only got hit once.
We can just we can actually just pillow princess this and let them do it.
Pillow princess this.
Yeah, well, we have to do is just sit there and let them do what they're doing.
Oh god, I hate the fact that.
Except maybe now. Where are you?
Can I
Oh, Jesus.
fucking hit him? There we go. Got him. It's fucking annoying. Okay, got his kneecaps.
Whoever made this section
Die.
needs to be tossed into a fucking blender.
You need to be tossed into the NASA spin bomber used to train
What?
astronaut. Yeah, NASA has a thing that literally spins you.
Oh, I think I know the thing you're talking about, yeah. Like, they put you inside of it and it just starts making you fucking adjust for, like, G-forces and shit.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, chat.
Alright, we're good, we're good, we're good. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. Get the fuck out of here. You're dying, come here.
Yeah, don't worry about it, I'm fine.
That's how you get AIDS. Here you go.
It's like, yay, thank you, Pipkin
Good job.
Pippa.
Good job. They're still shooting? Go to bed!
Go to bed!
Go to sleep!
You're fired. Leave. Stop.
I don't even think they're being paid. They're like half zombies, half people. Well, not even half people. They're like something else.
They're
My fucking
Ouroboros
checkpoint.
worms.
Horrible. Herbersh. They are worms?
They are worms.
These worms are really smart today.
Oh god, I need to actually check some things. Oh, holy shit, this is terrible.
I'm gonna fight fucking Western. Here it is. This is the section I was
Oh
reminded
look,
of.
more fucking ancient ruins.
You think Excella is here?
This section.
Find out. We're gonna have to
Who fucking cares about Excella?
Locate the controls. Maybe they're in that building.
Okay, hold on, wait. Let's explore first.
Ooh, there's a gem I just shot. Okay, that's the building we have to go inside, so don't go inside there.
Don't go... Oh, I found a diamond.
A diamond. Free diamond? No way. Oh, that's those emblems, yeah.
Emblem? Emblem? What?
Emblems.
Emblem. Oh, so what the fuck's an emblem?
Did I fuck up the pronunciation?
No, maybe I just misheard. I don't fucking know. Don't go inside the building, you see.
Listen, I already am trying to avoid listening to my own voice.
Oh, I've learned to like the sound of my voice. I forced myself to like it.
That would be great if I could do that.
I just listen to my own VODs at work.
Nah.
I don't have a choice.
It is locked to the inside.
I'm gonna pull this lever. I'm gonna kill us. Oh, there's also a, Can we just shoot the lock?
No.
No?
There's a lock.
Chris, you can punch a boulder, but you can't kick in a metal door.
Don't worry
Chris,
about
we
it.
need to talk.
We need to...
Chris, we need to have a conversation.
Oh, we need to climb.
I'm tired of
Okay.
you.
We need to climb. What is this? This is...
Seems like the power's off. Womp womp.
Oh my god. Ah, it's a puzzle section.
What makes it a fucking puzzle?
The fact that we're stuck here, we have to figure out what to do.
Oh, that's it?
Yo. Wait, you can only press that? What?
Yeah, that's all you had to do.
Wait, why couldn't I press it? That was weird.
You're not strong enough.
That's showing them.
You can't even kick open that metal door. You think you can pull a lever? See that one? See, I took the weights off this one for you so you can feel better about yourself.
Oh man, it's over.
Yep.
Alright, now you gotta pull it strong one.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, press the button.
You
I
gotta-
have to pull it. Okay,
Yeah.
I gotta send you upstairs, downstairs.
I don't know why.
Alright, bye.
You've become lever operator.
I am now a fucking train operator. Let's go.
Oh wait,
Okay,
shit.
now what are you gonna do up there?
Fight zombies. No, lickers. Shit.
Oh! Oh!
This is why I bought a revolver.
They just want you.
Fuck you. Not you in particular, them. I hate them.
Oh.
The fact that it was
Wow,
like...
look.
Oh my
Are
god.
these ones for me? Or are they for you?
I don't care.
Or they just don't like you? I don't care. Die.
Cease.
Get dirty harried.
Are they climbing up? They're climbing up. Okay!
Move. Where is it? Wish I can get on top of something.
Oh god.
Where are the other ones? Don't die, bitch.
I'm trying not to. Do I have any health? Not yet. I don't need this.
Where the fuck are they even crawling out from? Now they're not popping up.
They're coming from the holes. This
I'm
hole.
looking at the holes.
Oh. Guys, you can't find the hole. You can't find the hole.
I'm just a little guy, man.
This is so good. No! Oh no!
I'm just a little guy.
I should probably send.
Damn!
Burn! This is a rocket launcher. What the fuck? It goes in a straight line.
Oh shit!
Oh my god. Oof. Do not go fucking oof out, ouchie.
You guys are eating my ammo. Holy shit!
You guys are too fucking tanky. Oh my god.
What's the rest of you? You're still fighting more?
Yeah.
Where the fuck are these ones coming from?
Are they infinite?
They shouldn't be, right? Unless... What are you supposed to do up there? Do you know yet?
I don't know, I'm trying... I'm killing them both for the... Both for their, the gems
Oh, the
and...
music went off. So go up here.
Alright, let me collect the pistol ammo for you.
Yeah, please.
Oh god. Come on.
Come on!
Alright.
Come on! Come on!
Roger. Come on.
Oh, okay, let's just push this.
Push. And then drops down here, and then what?
Of course, the one back in the mind Chris couldn't push, but this one, yeah.
Bruh.
This thing looks like it weighs several fucking tons.
I bet Chevette could push it if we sent her up there, too.
Yeah, it probably doesn't matter. It's just whoever goes
Really?
up the elevator.
What is...
You're gonna see. It's gonna smash something.
Okay. Left. Beep, beep, beep. Okay. You get in from the top now? Oh, I see a ladder. Yeah, I see. Open up door.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I say it as like it's like the loot on my own. Okay. I opened the door. It is no longer closed.
Okay, look at this shit.
Magnum rounds.
You need that. That first aid spray, you might wanna.
I can't.
Use a little bit of that.
I'm full, basically.
You're full. Hold on.
I'm full.
Oh, look, the umbrella door. Wow.
I'm full of acid. Yum.
Here.
Okay. Oh yeah, and here's your shotgun rounds, and here's your
Thank
pistol
you.
rounds.
Oh, thank God I need this.
Thanks, partner.
Hey, partner.
Thank you.
I didn't even know you could say things.
Yeah, you can say thanks. I
Cool.
didn't know you can say things.
I didn't know.
It's a foreign concept until now.
Yeah, I've never said thank you a day in my life.
Oh my god.
Ever. Never. Even when I was born, I didn't say thank you to my mother. I also didn't talk to her for 2 whole years. It was crazy.
I would ask for real, but I don't want to know. Just
I mean, did you talk to your mother for the first 2 years of you being born?
I went yeah, and then fell the fuck asleep. So probably yeah.
Fucking milk. You gonna say her whole name? We're not Japanese.
It's not a journalist. She's Italian.
Not for long, she isn't.
Maybe I
Not for long.
maybe I won't.
Oh fuck!
Holy shit,
You got
ninja!
the merchant from Resident Evil 4 here? That's cheating!
Ninja!
Oh no! Look who it is! I bet you'll never guess! That hood would never stay on in real life.
They wouldn't.
Stop playing around. We want some answers.
You haven't changed.
It's him! It's Alberto!
Wait, what's wrong with his clothing? Why does it look like they're like error textures? You have
This is Wesker.
We last met in the Spencer estate,
Wesker, no one talks like that.
You talk like an anime character. You know,
does.
no, hold on. You talk like a fucking cartoon. Can you talk like a normal human being?
Us.
We're now married.
Oh.
He puts down his gun. He's actually happy.
These residents are evil.
The one and only.
Damn, he's
God damn.
She's in like a what's that suit? It's like a stealth suit. Oh, it's a plug
Throw
suit.
hands up, girl. Never mind.
Oh my god.
Alright, if you did that to me, alright, nah, we're throwing hands. I don't give a fuck who you are. No. You're disrespecting me. Wesker, you piece of shit!
Oh yeah, I forgot. This is a tag team fight.
Finish this once and for all. I think the odds are fair. 2 on 2. Right, Jill.
She doesn't even talk. He took her voice box.
7.
Oh!
7 minutes.
So, we have to survive 7 minutes, I think it was.
7 minutes.
Yep. So you need to not die. And I need to not die.
Hold on. We okay, I gotta trigger him into a attack stand. Ow! Dick. Help.
I'm working on it.
Where are you?
Right here. I was fighting Jill.
Oh, how's Jill? I'll grab this herb.
Well, no point in me shooting Wesker. Where's
Yeah,
Jill?
there's really no point.
He's gonna dodge everything.
You fucker.
Jill! There you are. Hey, bitch!
That's good. You just... Do I have to, like, wait?
Your future hinges upon this fight.
No, you! Damn! Your future hinges upon this fight.
Like this. Time to change tactics.
Help.
We should hide.
Where are you? Come on, come upstairs. You said we should hide, so let's get the fuck out.
Ah! Thanks. I don't have anything to make... Oh, an
What did he
airplane.
shoot me with? Jesus Christ!
Just a regular gun. He's being an ass.
Oh, Jill.
Oh yeah, I forgot he's wearing glasses. I can't kill him because he's wearing glasses. Ooh, a diamond. Is there?
Where's...
Oh damn, he teleports.
What? What do you mean your partner died?
You can't kill her. I said you're not allowed to kill her.
That's bullshit.
It is bullshit.
Okay, so when I kill the boss outside a cutscene, they die. But when I kill the boss, well, wait, no. When I kill someone, they actually die.
When I shoot
But-
people, they are killed. But when they shoot
Yes.
people, I am injured. I don't understand.
I don't get it. It's not fair. This doesn't work.
Like,
The game just ends. You killed Jill. No.
I can't believe it. Why did you kill Jill? Chris Redfield
Because
will
I
never...
want her to stop moving.
Chris Redfield will never forgive you.
Okay, you think I'm worried about that when a super soldier is fucking trying to kill us?
You mean two of them?
Yes.
7 minutes ago, I can
Okay, I need to keep my hand on the fucking counterattack button. Oh! Okay, I see how I can get him. It's whenever he's about to attack. You fucker, that was half my goddamn health. Ah! Fuck you. You see this fucking shit where I'm like doing a counterattack him?
I shot him in the ass.
Ah! Fuck! He is kicking my ass, by the way. Like, I'm having to, like, dodge
We
him.
gotta get to the cutscene.
I'm actually triggering him, though. I hate the... No, don't kill her. Don't kill her.
She's not holding herself yet, so she's still fine.
Yeah, I think we just have to confuse her AI. Because she'll survive. It's fine. I need him to start...
I think I need him to trigger this cutscene.
Oh, fuck! I really shouldn't waste that. Can you quit shooting me? Not you, I mean...
Oh yeah, I mean I'm not shooting you.
I know.
Okay.
She's actually injured, by the way. She's just an AI.
Oh, she's holding her arm now. Yeah, I can't shoot anymore. Oh shit!
Yeah. Yeah, this is
Stop shooting at me.
Ugh!
Your future hinges upon this fight.
What does that
I'm gonna
even
kick you.
mean?
He just hates you.
Well, yeah.
Oh, this is really bad because I got hurt.
Like this. Time to change tactics.
Yeah,
I need
okay.
your help, like,
I
immediately.
know, I'm trying to... I got teleported.
You did?
Yeah, he
Oh, that sucks.
he teleported me.
Right before the fucking cutscene, she knocked me.
I know, it was... Because I was immediately... It's not like a scene where you could just like, oh yeah, you got hit, I can just go over here and help you. No, as soon as you got hit in there, it's like, fuck you. Fuck you, die.
Okay, so what should I do about her? I should probably just hold on.
I'm gonna flash.
I think I'm gonna do like I can keep her offy, but I'm gonna try to just because I need to keep her alive. That's annoying.
That really is annoying. It's the most annoying thing ever. Because it's just like, yeah, stay alive. Also, she's gonna keep shooting you, and you can't do anything about it. I'm hitting you. I'm hitting you. I'm not killing you. I'm hitting you. Wesker's main issue is the fact that I hate the fact that it keeps mixing up the QuickTime events, and the issue is the QuickTime events are fucking tight in this game.
Yeah, you're like half a fucking second.
7 minutes. 7 minutes ago, I can
But I think we mostly just need to survive for 7 minutes.
I know.
Like I think You don't even trigger the fucking timer. You might as well just run in circles, to be honest. Hey, we can run in circles just
God damn it!
for 7 minutes.
Okay, it was A. I think it switches in between, like, between AD and FV. I'm getting fucking mad, though. Ah! Where is he? Oh, over here.
Now I want to get out that corner, bud.
Ah! It's just so quick.
Oh, let's go, let's go, let's go. That quick time event is barely a fucking second. Holy shit.
I've noticed. I do want to trigger it. Thanks. Ah! Is he? Wait. Is he target focused?
Well, he never attacks me for some reason. He doesn't like you.
He just hates me. He just fucking hates me.
Well,
He's
I
like-
know he's gonna teleport you.
Yeah, he's gonna teleport me now.
Your future hinges upon this fight.
Ah!
Whoa!
Why?
Wait, he chose me. What?
Run!
We'll never win like this. Time to change tactics.
We should hide.
Yo, melee.
Is it really 7 minutes? Survive? Goddamn.
Does he kick whoever's closest to the door?
Probably.
Where am I?
Also, I just remember who really likes Wesker's Yoro Toro, the dictator YouTuber.
Wait, say it again?
Yoro Toro.
Neuroturn.
Yoro. Naruto's friend.
I don't know that person.
Ah. I just mentioned the name. Uh oh. I know, that's the point.
Wait, time is over. I guess we're gonna run around in circles.
Is that 7 minutes?
That was not 7 minutes, I think.
Challenge after all this time, Chris.
You have fucking Flash Step. I can't do shit. No wonder why he
My
talks
God,
like
you-
cartoon.
You are a literal fucking anime character. Could you calm down?
What do you mean go, Chris? We got our asses kicked.
Bro. Wesker, Chris, the guns aren't gonna work.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, it's just survive. That's all it is. Ow. I don't know why she's stronger right now.
He's Ouroboros. Oh my god!
Ow. He's not passing out or screaming, he's still talking normally.
Chris. But now that your partner has arrived, I'll leave you two to catch up.
Ow.
Come on, Jill.
Come on, Jill!
Heather, wake up. Jill Valentine.
What? What do you mean?
Remarkable. Still resisting at such an advanced stage. Commendable, yet futile.
Oh my god, he has the NTR plotline device on.
Chris, I've got work to do.
What?
Have fun watching you.
Really is.
Wait, what did you do to her?
I put the NTR device here.
Do we have to fight her now?
Yes. Oh wow, it's not even Ouroboros, it's a control device.
Get it off her.
Oh. Can I shotgun her?
Probably.
So I'm not allowed to kill her. Oh my gosh, she's running around like a fucking weirdo.
Like a maniac.
Ah!
What we're gonna do? Jill, what are you doing?
Oh, we have to go behind her. I'm pressing it! your girlfriend's gone insane. Turn it off!
We're mashing, boys!
We're fucking cranking our hogs! Let's go!
We're charging our JL crystals! Come here, bitch! Did she jump back down?
Yeah.
Oh no, she's on the map. She did?
Yeah, she
You
jumped back.
fucking weird cat! Stop making noises! Come here! Don't you dare!
I like the fact that it's just like,
It's me, Chris.
Come here!
oh, I have to say words. Oh my
shit.
god.
Oh my god! Do you get it?
No.
No!
Jill, what are you doing?
Jill.
What are you doing?
I like how the entire thing is just harass Jill.
Jill!
Jill. 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 Jill.
Jill!
Sean.
Jill!
Sean. Sean.
Doggy,
Jason.
use your main hand. I know you can click faster than that. Shut the fuck up. I know what you're trying to say.
Ah! Get off.
Get her, get her, get her, get her, get her, get her.
Yeah, this is like a dodge prompt for me, by the way. I keep fucking it up.
Stop this! Jill, answer me! It's me!
Jill, come here.
Jill, 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 Jill. Yeah, because that's all the button does. It says F in translate, and then basically all it does is it just goes Jill, Jill.
Do this, Jill!
Jill, Jill, Jill,
Like
Jill.
you hear that? Yeah, you hear all that? Jill, 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 Jill. I swear to God.
How many times?
I don't know. But this is stupid.
We're getting it off you. Jill,
This is so stupid.
Recognize me?
Jill, 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 Jill. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Ah! Finally, goddamn. Jill, 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 I'm not your creepy stalker.
Come on. Jill.
Jill,
Jill. I don't wanna hurt you.
Jill, Jill, Jill.
Jill.
You don't have the button, do you?
I only get the button in the beginning.
Yeah, do you have a button to say, entreat?
What are you doing? Come on! Stop this! Jill, answer me!
Jill, Jill. You
Wait.
bitch.
Come on!
Come on.
Oh my god, I hate this shit.
Hold on. I'm dying.
Don't do this, Jill!
You got any health sauce?
Yes, actually.
Yeah, but tell me she's not doing anything for being weird anyway.
She's just being weird. She's acting like a cat for some reason.
Come on.
POV, you're trying to get your first girlfriend. I am not a stalker, I swear. I just like stalking military women for some
Oh
reason.
my god!
Oh yeah, she did that to me twice.
I've been dodging it every other time. She actually just fucking knocked me.
Ah! My finger fucking hurts!
Is this a matter of, like, amount of time? Do we need to weaken her first? Oh!
I really hope not.
Come on, snap out of it!
She's gonna guns. She's not? She's gonna be a weird cat? Okay. Meow.
Don't do this, Jill!
Do you plan on aiming?
I like the fact that you just walked behind her and did that. Yeah!
Yes!
Work together
No,
to save
fucking
someone
suplex her.
special.
She deserves it.
And that's how I got my first girlfriend.
I removed the fucking control choker off of her.
I removed the control choker off her by harassing her and saying her name repeatedly. Jill,
The men
Jill.
era is gone. She's a free woman now.
She's no longer a
She's-
VTuber.
Remove the VTuber gene from her body. Now she can go outside, take showers, and
God.
play fucking Candy Crush on her phone.
I
She'll
can't.
never play another video game again.
I can't
We
believe
saved the boys.
I can't believe it, Doggy. We saved Americanized Sariel. That was terrible. I'm sorry.
Wait, she can come with us, so we can have a player 3.
That was great.
What are you gonna go do?
Yeah, but
The Redfield family is over.
Jill
No.
is actually talking sense and saying, Tris, stop fucking worrying about me. Go fucking stop Wesker. Because he's actually going to kill everyone. Holy shit, you retarded.
I'm not retarded, Chris. We both know what your IQ is.
You said it was in the high 90s. I said it was 90s and that you're high. Take care of him.
Take care of him. Jill is crazy.
Holy shit. Take care of him is the last words you hear from her.
Jill's like, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Not please help him. Not like, hey, thank you or anything. Please take care of him. He's my special little Todd boy. He's my little retard.
He's the most retarded partner I ever had.
Please make sure he's please make sure he stays on track. Oh my god.
Whiskey, when are you gonna turn the French woman into a fucking horrifying monster?
I thought she was Italian.
I don't know what the fuck she is. I'm not paying attention.
Well, those tits
Not
are
to
too.
her.
Listen, those tits are too big to eat French.
Oh shit! All the French women flat. Damn, I didn't know that.
They really are.
I'm not a Frenchologist.
Well,
There are gaps in my knowledge.
well, that's just more. That's less Frenchology. It's more like different European areas. It's like. Actually, I'm gonna shut the fuck up right now. I'm gonna shut
Yeah.
I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
So.
Remember, chat. If your girlfriend is going crazy, and you just
remove the VTuber genes.
don't just remove the VTuber genes. What you need to do is audibly harass her and then grab her from behind, and then put your hand right on her chest. It doesn't matter if there's a magic.
Easier with a friend.
Easier with a friend.
You have to remove the VTuber genes, and then you'll have a nice, stable woman.
Yes, I'm fucking
Where is-
dying. Jesus Christ.
Oh, there it is.
Do not ask me why I am always unequipping myself to the bare minimum. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's actually a question. What the fuck are you doing?
Yes.
$1,900.
10, we have, how much do these eggs cost? These eggs are about $500 a piece.
What?
Yeah, the eggs are about $500. This egg,
That's wild.
the white eggs are $250, okay. How much are the rotten ones?
You farm eggs.
Oh, rotten eggs are $2,000.
Why?
Have you ever heard of, the, century egg?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Hold on,
I want someone to make those.
let me actually check on something. I need to check on my dogs to make sure they're okay.
Okay.
Hold on. This'll take me like 30 seconds. Dog 1.
You have fun with that. Oh my god. Okay. We're gonna be doing this until we fucking win. This is taking longer than I thought it was gonna take, actually.
Oh, hello. Hello.
This game is fucking fun though.
Hello. Oh my god. Holy shit. Sorry, calm down.
What?
Holy shit. Okay. Okay, let's start.
Okay.
And
I said okay.
Sorry, I had to like take like 1 minute to take a look at them and make sure they were okay.
Your dogs?
Yeah. There's two
Are
of
they
them.
gonna like eat something in your house?
That would not be a surprise.
Oh Jesus.
I think this is like two more. We have like two levels left.
Ship is huge.
Look at my health.
Do you think they're planning to use it to spread Ouroboros?
No.
Ew, a
Shit
boost.
like this would give away their position too soon.
Oh god, do I have a lisp?
Do you have a lisp?
Do I have a lisp?
I don't think so.
Come get your ammo. They just gave me 6 Magnum rounds.
I gave you 6 Magnum rounds.
No, it was on the floor.
Oh.
I'm like an area effect of my fucking fist!
Why use any gun that's not shotgun at this point?
I don't know.
You are a heavy little guy.
Holy shit, what? Oh! Oh,
Motherfucker,
oh shit!
fuck you.
He's throwing German hand grenades at me.
German hand grenades.
What are they called again?
I don't know what they're called actually.
The stick grenades, yeah.
I just call them bombs. Because I know what they do. They explode.
That's true.
And that scares me.
Also, there's a tower up here. What's up here? Oh, there's a guy up here.
Fuck him up.
Okay, I'll break his neck. It's like,
All I hear was, oh.
yeah, I broke his neck. You know, friendly.
Broke his neck. Friendly?
Yeah, I'm friendly. I broke his neck. His neck is now in place.
That's how we say hello in America.
Yeah, you just like, you go behind someone and then from the back of the heads, you basically just push forward.
There's ammo over here. Rifle ammo in particular.
We share that pool, remember? You have an AK-47.
Oh yeah. No, that's machine gun ammo.
Yeah.
AK takes machine gun ammo. That's rifle ammo.
Oh, okay. Either way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Dogs!
My people! Die, bitch.
God, I hate the
And
dogs.
apparently it ate machine gun ammo. Oh!
Yeah, your AK-47 needs machine gun ammo. I don't know why I said, the other thing. Ugh. Oh, you're fucking kidding me.
I don't know what the fuck you just said to me, but you need to stop calling me that shit.
And there's some extra shotgun rounds.
No, I ran, you fucking stupid bitch.
Get Pooch out of here. Okay. Oh, you use the green herbs.
Come on!
Okay, here's your shotgun
Yeah, come
ammo.
here.
You want me to take it?
I want to heal us.
Oh, okay.
I'll take the shotgun ammo now. Handgun.
There we go. You know how big the fucking cylinder would be if this was like a 12 gauge. Run! Ah!
Ah, what the fuck?
It's a. Oh god. I think that's an insta-kill.
Oh my god, what the fuck are you?
That's a chomper. You just fucking headbutt
Just making
me.
a game?
Shoot the body. Jesus Christ. That
That's
was terrifying.
nasty.
That didn't even give that much. That was punishment.
This late in the fucking game? How dare you give me new enemy types?
Okay,
That
I gotta
aren't
keep.
bosses. Fuck.
How dare you give me an enemy that fucking tough that isn't a boss? How about that?
How about that? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what it is.
this is a maze. I am not a minotaur. I do not like mazes.
Come on. Come on.
Oh god, okay.
Oops. Doggos? There's a button here.
Yeah, there's a button, I see.
Should I press it?
That's for the lift.
Oh.
Do I need someone to push this? Yeah. This is a team effort. Okay, come over here.
Okay.
Okay, rat. We pacify the Americanized. I'm not saying that again.
Pacifier.
I was gonna say, well, we pacify the Americanized Sariel from the fucking bodysuit shit.
Jump down.
Well, I guess it is. Blonde hair, and it's like blue outfit.
Yeah?
It's a fucking pallet spot. Holy shit.
What the fuck is this? You did not.
They put you in the cage! They put him in the cage!
Come here, come here. Come close to me. Come close to me.
Hold on! I'm fucking breaking people's neck. Yippee! Oh no! You prick. No! Motherfucker. Can that hurt him? Yes. Okay.
Oh, it just fucking exploded. Holy shit.
Yeah, there was a grenade. There's
Time.
grenadier here. This idiot basically is throwing bombs inside of an enclosed corner that he can't properly throw out of.
Killed himself, by the way.
Yeah, I shot him dead. Here is some ammo. Oh, as you are trapped in cage.
Come on!
Get me out.
How do I? Oh, I have to shoot it. Okay. I get it, game. I just saw an emblem.
Wow.
Okay, so I gotta go up.
You know, this is probably the safest I've ever been in this game.
Are you happy?
You don't
that
start shooting at me.
Are you happy that you're safe?
No, I want to go fight the fucking people. I'm here to liberate Africa. I think I hear dogs. Oh god, there's a dog here.
No.
Die, bitch!
Oh, there's a dog.
You're evil. You're not me. I don't trust you.
Okay, is that it? Okay, that was it.
Bye.
I have to go up here, and then we can press the button, right? That's the idea, right, game? Yeah, yes.
Goodbye.
I see, game. I'm trying to help. The game, like, zoomed in on you. I'm like, yes, I see.
If you're letting me out, give me a warning. There's a dog outside, and he really doesn't like me.
Okay, whenever you're ready. Like, I am at the lever right now.
Hold on, let me just get these guys off me. Alright, open it.
Okay. Open sesame. Seeds.
Yay!
He's out.
Get the fuck out.
Help, they're kidnapping me.
Oh,
Help, they're kidnapping.
that was not how this was supposed to turn out.
Also, there's an emblem in that one cargo container. If you have a grenade, you can throw it in there.
Emblem in
Yeah.
the carton container?
Yep. Exactly what I said.
I assume they want to cross from me?
Yeah. I think you could probably get with a grenade. You just gotta get all the way...
There's a fucking door stops fucking closing. Oh, that threw way too far.
Not that one.
Not that one?
Yeah. Where is your cage?
My cage was right down there.
Oh. It would be... Hold on. Follow me. This in here. Throw it all the way into the back.
I didn't know it's one in here.
Because I saw it during a cutscene.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeet!
Really? Well,
Let me try.
we're not getting it.
Yeah, that's not going to work. Okay. Alright, good try.
Good try. An
Whatever.
attempt was fucking made.
Yeah, I'm not gonna bother.
Alright, let's go.
Nope, I can't from this angle. Okay. They somehow solved the issue while also making it easy to kill them. Ooh, it's a jet. Ooh, it's a safe.
There are people here. It's a safe. Money!
Gold! Solid gold, baby!
Hell yeah. Oh. Wow, okay. Sure.
Yeah, yeah, if you shoot the grenades either on their back or on their, Basically, if you shoot their grenades that they keep on them, they die.
You fell. Idiot. Alright, let's see. Where do we go?
That's the most funny thing, just like you shoot them and they instantly die. Because they're on the ledge.
Yep.
I'm the Joker, baby. I feel like I'm fucking Joker laugh. What the fuck?
We're at a checkpoint. We're at a checkpoint.
Yeah. That's all you.
Thank you. Come on. Hello. Ah.
Man, being obese does not really help you when you're undead, does it? Okay, he's dead because it dropped the bangle.
He hit his head on a ladder.
Oh my god. Fuck. I mean, what do you expect when you get shot from like a 3-06?
Hold on, wait. We're going towards the yellow blip, right?
Hold on.
Oh no, this is where we got. This is where we came up from.
Doggy, come
Oh,
over
this is
here.
where checkpoint is.
Doggy, come over here. There's a special mechanic. You gotta shoot the switch when I'm up there, and then I'll shoot the switch when... It's a very special mechanic.
So we can't do this any other time for some reason.
No,
Wow.
shoot the switch. Yippee!
Why can't we do this all the time?
I don't know.
Too many shotgun shells? I can fix that.
The only game I've seen that does the shooting, the shoot the button mechanic is like Marathon.
Oh, the game you've been playing?
Yeah, you shoot buttons from a grenade launcher.
That's fucking cool.
It's a good game. It's a good game. It's free. I am
What kind of game is it?
old FPS shooter.
Oh. I hear dogs.
Mark.
Ah!
Where are
Fucking
you?
bitch.
Oh, you're over there. Holy shit.
Can I stab the dog? This game sucks.
Doggy, you need to get back up on that platform. I can't get over there.
Okay, hold on. I gotta defeat my enemies first.
I also have ammo for you.
Hold on, I'm going.
Oh,
They have
nice.
dogs on me, and these dogs really don't like me.
Did you see that dog die? There you go.
I saw my dogs die.
Aw.
Come here.
I actually have seen that. Anyways.
Oh no, wait. Not that way. I mean, I killed this dog. Why doesn't it let me stab it? I crave violence.
I don't know why. The dogs are like the hardest thing to do any sort of takedown on.
I'm coming.
He's coming, Jet. Other side.
Oh, fucking hell. Let me jump. I am a soldier. What do you mean?
I'm a soldier of fortune, let me jump!
This is dumb. Okay, hold on.
He'll figure it out. Hold on.
I'm going back over there.
I mean, I can just shoot the button and go back up. Go the same way you did. Okay. Alright. Soldier of Fortune, go!
Hold on, wait. I want to use this.
Yippee!
Yappy.
My hunting rifle.
Alright, let's go.
Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Is that machine gun there? Rifle ammo?
I have rifle ammo for you.
Okay, let me give you this as well. It is not an equal trade, it's pistol ammo. Oh my god, full mag. Oh, give me all that. I'm back. Here, have your shotgun.
Thanks.
Wait, why'd you give me the pistol?
I gave my pistol?
Yeah, you gave me a pistol.
Oh, that was a fucking accident.
Oh, were you trying to give me a machine gun?
No.
Oh, okay.
I gave you what I wanted to give you.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna... I saw those items back here.
Items?
Yeah.
Like ammo and shit?
I thought it was ammo. Okay, I think you already picked it up. It's fine.
Oh yeah, I broke my crates.
Alright.
I'm at the door.
I am just... My brain, like, remembers things, but doesn't remember to check again. AKA buffer. Let's fucking open this shit.
Open it up.
The HK PS1 is a nice gun. But
How many fucking people? Nice gun.
It's a nice gun, but the issue is it's fucking expensive, and it's probably not worth the asking price. Like, probably
You
like
can get something better.
You could get something better for cheaper and for lighter.
Ah.
It's H&K.
Oh. One of those. Alright.
Oh, and you. Ah! Go down.
This tanker is so big. It won't be easy finding Wesker.
If we just blow the whole thing up instead.
Once he knows we're here, he'll find us.
And how do you
Okay.
Let's just say we have a history together, and he's not the type to just go.
He says as Wesker walks away, like letting you meet back up with Jill.
Goes a bit beyond just pissing him off.
So, are you going to tell me what happened?
No.
Maybe. But not
Ooh, an
until
auto shotgun.
all this. Deal?
Ooh.
You want it?
I'm holding you to that.
It's a striker.
Yes.
Great.
Hold on.
Okay,
Give me
that's an auto. It's only 5, but you'll be able to get more.
Yeah.
Come on!
I think that's the last gun in the game, by the way, that we could get for free.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Open. Cool. Flowers!
Oh my god, more of these flowers. There's more information about the characters and what they're going to do to the world than anything about these fucking flowers and the civilizations behind it. Like, yeah, there's this intricate... Oh.
Why didn't they just kneecap her from the rip? Like, that's what I would've did.
She's tough.
I'm just shooting her.
Exactly.
How was she tough? She just ran!
Oh my god. Do not give to children was on the label.
Chris, is this...
Excella seemed protective of it.
Yeah, because it's the shit she's pelling.
Alright.
Ah!
Let's go.
Chris, you piss me off sometimes.
Chris is not very smart.
Chris is like, they were very protective. I wonder why.
I miss Leon.
Miss
He was a
Leon.
little bit dumb, but like, he was funny dumb.
Yeah.
Chris is like, I hope we don't get killed by a horde of fucking
rats.
demon things.
I hope a horde
Happens.
of rats giant-sized rats do not come out of the walls and kill us. Why would you mention that specifically, Chris? Why would you do this?
Oh, look at all those guys down there.
Look at that guy up there. He's dead. Uh-oh. No, the fire alarm!
Oh wow, look at them. They think they're so fucking cool.
They play Call of Duty.
Oh!
Hold on. Handle that guy that's creeping up on you.
Oh!
I got him. Sorry, I should have shot him earlier.
Help me. I require...
I have herb.
Where are you?
You have been herbed.
Thank you.
Herbs, you glad it's not herbicide?
Get the fuck out! I have decided you no longer deserve life! People who make puns go to hell.
It wasn't even that good of a pun. Fuck you! Puns!
There's so much going on.
Oh god, this guy with a fucking... Fuck you. Get the grenades on him, fuck him.
You guys are saying a lot of words in some language I don't fucking understand, but I know it's racist.
I know it's racist. I know it means something, I don't know what it means yet. Okay, he's down. Oh god, I should... Oh shit, that's a... bomb. Yeah, aim for that chest. I think you just double shot him. Alright, got him. No! Oh my god.
You're behind the wall!
I got him! Oh, I got one of them. They're down below. They're down below.
They're down below? What the fuck?
Yeah, they're down below. Got that pistol ammo. I'll jump down. I'll jump down.
Okay.
I need more bullets! I need more bullets! I need more bullets! Jesus Christ! Oh god, fucking hit the armor. I hate the tentacle monster ones because god, every time it feels like they pop up, it's just like I don't know how to describe it.
What? Like you get like a weird feeling? A weird feeling? Are you creeped out? You not like worms, tail monsters?
No, I don't like worms. I don't like tentacle monsters. I never liked tentacle monsters.
Oh, tentacle monsters, are you fucking racist?
Yes!
And did you flashback me? Yes! Actually, I am.
Power word!
I respect. I respect. I kneel.
He kneels. Ah!
I hope that guy's dead, because if he had cover from that, I'm gonna fucking...
No, he was eviscerated. Don't worry about it.
Cool. Next.
Oh my god, it's Heavy Weapons guy from Team Fortress 2! Holy
He's
shit,
looking a
chat.
little, darker than usual. Let me get the fuck out of here.
Is he after you? He's after you.
Why me?
I don't know. You're there. Okay, now he's after me. Yeah, I thought the controller would be more accurate hits.
Depends on the gun. Wait, hold on. He's walking toward the thingy.
Yeah, I see.
Get
Yeah,
fucked!
he ate shit. Roar! That is stupid.
Right, where is he now?
Right there. Hey, Baker!
Are you below the ladder? Oh shit!
This guy is ignoring Chris as if, like, Chris is going to disappear.
Bring him out a little bit.
Ah,
Why did he ignore me? He just wouldn't meet. I mean, he ignored you so fucking hard.
And then,
You
yeah.
just beat him to death. This is boulder punching hands, son. You know about that?
Hey, he's small. There's no way this man can beat me one hand-to-hand cup.
Break.
Uh,
Well, that was fun.
that
Was very short as well.
That was short, fun, and not all time-consuming. As that one game said. Oh god. I would not suggest Pathologic to anyone who actually wants to value their fucking time.
Pathologic is a great fucking game, but like
You have to
you
have
need to actually want to play it, like a lot.
Yeah, you also have to have time to spare.
Yeah.
Unironically.
Oh wait, there's a green herb down there.
Renard. I don't know,
You have a
like...
red herb?
It's downstairs.
Okay, hold on.
Oh. Yeah, it's over here in this corner. I didn't pick it up for some reason.
You got room for it, or?
Yeah, I have room for one.
Okay.
Do you have... Yeah, here it is.
I have a green.
You would have to give me an item, and then I can give you a red.
Yeah, hold my gun for a second. Can I? I can't make you hold my gun. Why can't I just?
There you go.
Why can't I just drop shit on the floor?
I don't know, because it just won't let you.
It's not very military training of them.
We need 2 key cards, it says.
Okay, how the fuck do we get the second one?
Find another fat guy to beat up.
Okay.
Find another overweight gentleman into her ass.
Well,
There it is.
hopefully he focuses on me.
There we go.
Where the fuck was it?
It was in a safe.
Oh.
I like how I
These
accident...
safes aren't very safe.
I just love
They're
the fact
just
that...
not.
I know. We're just finding all the
open.
puzzle items on accident.
Resident Evil, baby.
Yeah! There's another entire campaign of this, where it's basically you get to recreate the events that, Oh shit.
Oh.
Hold on. Hold on.
Bruh.
I need to let my thoughts clear first. By shooting this man who is an RPG!
There's 2 of them with RPG, my friend.
I got him. I am the point sniper. Was it Pointman? Yeah, Pointman. Oh god. Oh fuck the spiders. Dead Bride's Nicholas. That's a weird one. This is fucking cool.
Gimme.
What happened?
Hold on. That's it? That's all? Okay.
I think it was
I
just
feel
the,
like a lot more is supposed to happen.
I mean, we just had like an entire RPG core, like entire anti-armor division come after us. I don't know what more you want. Ah shit, we just missed an HP.
I want to kill Wesker.
That will happen, but not right now. And if they ever bring him back, I'm going to say bullshit. Do you remember how he dies?
Come on.
Boulder? Chris Punch or some shit? I don't know. I just know it had something to do with the boulder. It's Whiskers!
Hello, it's me.
This far.
You
You're
made
right
it
that far.
this far. So,
Bad won't make it much further.
He does like the gravelly voice thing. Like, I don't know why it's easy for me to do it this voice.
Your superior breed of humans can bear. Oh, this.
Wow, actual plot around the viruses.
Were entrusted with endless potential.
Oh.
Of them, only one survived.
Oh, it was you, Albert.
Are you saying I was manufactured?
Would you care? I don't think you would.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
bad.
Creating a new world with an advanced race of human beings.
So which parent didn't love you?
All of them.
All of them. Every single one.
Exactly, the one.
Despite that setback,
Wesker is normal.
Why would you be angry?
great significance.
Because he's not getting any approval from anywhere.
Dimly.
He just needs a fucking hug. Why don't you work for the good guys? Again.
Did for one who has
If it starts, if it goes on for too long, you don't really care at that point. Or you.
his own mortality.
He says, facing Wesker.
Right to be a god.
That sounds kind of good.
Oh! How the fireman punched through his fucking chest?
I mean, he's not wrong. This is the ultimate technique. You punch through a guy's chest is kind of like you're kind of a real badass and a murderer.
To be a god.
You God, it belongs to me.
Arrogant even until the end.
I think he actually does. He actually say that?
Only one truly capable
I don't think so.
of being a god.
Wait, I think he's saying it just in other words.
Okay, he doesn't say it. He just sort of lets it happen.
Oh.
Daddy never loved me. I don't know how good that was.
I have.
So why did you become a god? My father.
My father
Hated
never
me.
loved me.
You sound like a fucking cartoon character.
Like a fucking
You gotta really fucking send it.
Wait, I got. Oh, wow.
Alright. What do we got now? Oh, the jailbreaker.
The jailbreaker. Okay, the firepower is fully upgraded on this thing, by the way.
Oh.
Let me check to see how
Uh,
much money I'm
so-
getting from this. We got 9,000.
Oh.
I could go fuck myself.
What can I upgrade now?
I could go from 25 rounds to 40 rounds.
Attack range. Ooh, yeah, give me that shit.
Hold on, Doggy. Can you take a look at my sniper rifle for the moment?
No, I need to check your stream or.
No, just look at my gun on your screen. Ready? See, you see
Wait,
24
wait.
bullets, right?
Yeah, I see 24. How the fuck? Did you just pour everything into capacity?
It's not even max level yet.
Oh lord.
Just like, what the fuck? It goes up to 50.
God damn. Alright.
Pistol goes up to 60. It'll probably go up higher later. I don't need to upgrade.
I'm out of money. I use everything on my new shotgun.
Same. I've used everything up on my rifle. At least
Ooh,
I won't need to reload it.
What the fuck?
That's a corpse pile.
You're just gonna leave it on the fucking boat? That's stinky.
That's dirty. Shouldn't you clean this up?
Fucking disgusting. At least burn it.
Oh no, she's pregnant.
Well, she has the fucking disease. Stop asking her what's going on and shoot her.
What's going on? He says that she's like heaving. She doesn't wear a bra.
She does not. She's not gonna need it in a second either. She's definitely about to turn into a flesh monster.
Oh god, this is the boss rush stage. Ah!
6 billion cries of agony will burn.
God, remember when every fucking end of a game was a boss rush of some kind? Holy shit.
This one, yeah.
You said we joined this world together.
Is that Italian?
Who
or
are
French?
you and why do you exist?
I thought they were partners.
I guess
No,
they-
you retard!
That's like I do appreciate that the Chris is so simple that at least he understands the simple gist of things.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, he doesn't like anyone.
Too late for you.
It's that simple.
Yeah.
It's that fucking simple.
Like you would have like if you're a little more intelligent, you'd be like, but why? Why does he hate? He's like, no, he just doesn't like people.
Excellent asset.
Mm-hmm.
I have one
Ah,
task for you.
kill Chris.
Oh, damn! All the way through.
What do you mean, what the hell? All the way through?
All the way through. I don't know what you expected, Lee.
Oh, there we go.
Damn, that's quite a body count she's got. Damn, she's spraying it everywhere too.
Literally.
I gotta stop this. I gotta stop this. You know what? No, fuck it. I'll double down.
Jesus. I feel like Resident Evil is like the Fast and Furious of survival horrors,
It kind of is.
where I had a plot and now just crazy stuff happening all the time.
Yeah, I mean, one through 3, 1 through 4 technically still has something of a plot.
Yeah,
Hey,
I like
look!
4.
Hey, look! It's the cutscene we're supposed to do.
Oh yeah, this was it, right? We had to fucking dodge together.
Yeah,
I remember this way back when.
this is what I mean. This is why the core memory unlocked.
Yep. David Cage.
And then they just fucking, it's just one long fucking cutscene now.
Wesker, why would you let this happen on your boat?
I think it's because he's also infected with like a very pure strain of it.
Does he...
You
I
think,
think-
our weapons can hurt that thing?
No.
We gotta get the hell out of here before.
What the fuck? We literally don't have to do that cutscene?
Yeah.
Wow, what the fuck happened at the end of the game? What the fuck?
I think Gold Edition legitimately just gets rid of all the cutscene, like... Oh, there's ammo in here. There's a chalice in here. Whose chalice is
okay,
this?
just a random chalice.
On a boat. I mean, they're probably stealing it if you imagine, if you think about it.
Oh god, what are...
I do not want to be a part of this Sentai. This is weird. Yeah, you can check the lockers, by the way.
Lockers? Okay.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite plots.
The locker room plot? What?
Yeah, the locker room plot.
What? Oh my god.
Aniki.
May
Come
he
on.
rest in the big gym in the sky.
May he fucking rest. Bless
Hey.
his fucking soul.
He was like, I remember when he was going to Japan and stuff and hanging out with a lot of his fans.
He was actually just a cool ass fucking guy from what I've heard.
Yeah. He was
He's just
basically,
cool as shit.
if anything, he was gay for pay.
I mean, I don't fucking know. I don't know the guy, but I don't care. As long as he was chill, he can do whatever the fuck he wants.
He was actually chill. He was actually, like, hanging out with people and, like, actually just, like, having a good time with them. Just hanging out.
What? Can we open this? Oh, this isn't a locker. I'm retarded.
This is a locker over here. Another golden chalice. Who the fuck left this here?
Why are you guys just leaving fucking chalices in here?
Who's leaving a chalice in the locker?
Oh!
Damn, that was a quick shot.
I'm in trouble.
I see.
I didn't expect him to get up.
Come over here. That was a full heal, fuck's sake, so maybe use that. Oh, shut up.
Oh!
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay, you have a grab. Understood.
that's 2 of the heals.
Is he stuck?
No. God damn it, there's a headbutt. I don't have a flashbang. Do you have a flashbang?
I do not.
Hold on, I gotta cold execute him. Bridge keycard. Yippee, trisel.
Okay, cool.
Oh my god. I'm barely out of ammo with this thing, because this thing fires so goddamn slow.
Oh, 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 oh.
Who
Come
puts a
on.
drum mag on a sniper rifle? Actually, no, there are actual drum mags for sniper rifles. Spencer's notebook. I received word that the Raccoon City has been wiped out. The Americans finally took action against us. I hope the irony of using a very military machine was supposed to protect them from foreign attackers to kill their own people is not lost on them. While the danger posed by the threat of the T-virus was very real, I don't think Americans will ever forgive the government for the deaths of 100,000 of their own people. If the truth of this matter is ever brought to light, support for the current administration plummet. I don't think he wants that. Even a child can see that they will come after Umbrella for everything they have to hide their own foolish mistakes. They'll blame Umbrella for Raccoon City's annihilation. We could go into that in RE 1 through 4 order, because this guy is like saying, "Oh, I can't believe they blame Umbrella for this." Umbrella.
Oh, stupid.
Umbrella is nothing but a tool for the research of the progenitor virus. Even without the tool, the research still survives. Only Umbrella's lowly employees will be hurt by its dissolution. Secret research from the progenitor virus is protected, can always be built anew. I've already made preparations for such a plan. The research facility in Africa remains a secret. It is there that the progenitor virus has produced something that we didn't achieve until the late 80s. Only a handful of people in the company are even aware of the African facility's existence, thanks to our strict regulation for the flow of information. Only a minimum amount of personnel will ever transfer from Africa to other locations closely monitored. Director Bailey is confined to African facility for 30 years, even that has been for this day. All that remains to close the facility, and everything will be going according to my plan. Once the facility is gone, all of its connections to Umbrella will disappear with it. Then I will have to deal with anyone who has level 10 security clearance, as they are the only ones who know of the African facility's existence. Everyone else will be somebody disposed of. My secrets will be protected. When one buries a treasure, one should not leave behind a map. A printout is stuck inside the notebook. Personnel have access to the company's secrets. People who you should interrogate to find out the location. Also, you shouldn't keep maps of secrets. Deceased, imprisoned, deceased, whereabouts unknown, found, information obtained, eliminated. Deceased, 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 deceased. You kept...
Dead.
This motherfucker says directly to the audience, hey, don't leave a treasure map. Next page. People who know where a place is.
Someone left the treasure, man.
Ah!
Ah!
Fucking
This room looks like I'm about to get into a fight.
yeah, it looks like I'm about to get Half-Lifed out the window. Hey, so why don't you listen to the Spanish version of Half-Life?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
I didn't even know there was a Spanish version of Half-Life.
Oh god, how much time do we have?
Like to beat the rest of the game?
Yeah.
Probably about another 30 minutes, I would assume.
Okay, I was gonna...
We're on like 6-2 right now?
I was gonna post a video, but I'm gonna speedrun this. There's also another document here. What is this one? It's a pink slip. Satellite Laser Shango Operating Manual. What the fuck? The Shango satellite laser is operated by using a rocket launcher style laser targeting device, LTD, that sends targeting coordinates to the satellite. The satellite is capable of firing highly concentrated layer within centimeters of the target. Aim, once the target is ascertained, the coordinates will be relayed. The target with a red ring will appear on the targeting scope. If the targeting sensor AI perceives the target is no longer being tracked by the targeting scope, transmission coordinates will be transmitted. When lockdown appears in the scope, it means the transmitter is successfully sent. Pulling the trigger will now activate the laser. Firing can must be given time to try to fire.
Satellite laser. We just might have a chance.
They fucking have an what the fuck?
Let's go. I love how they left an entire fucking instruction manual just sitting there. Thank God.
How to use this nuclear device? How to use this advanced orbital satellite?
It's like they left Monopoly instructions just lying around on a fucking table.
Including how to find the secret facilities and who might know of it. While saying, by the way, don't leave secrets. Man, she got really ugly after all that.
Oh my God. Alright, we get to the roof.
Is the joke that it's supposed to be a flower?
I don't know. Maybe.
I say joke, but it looks like they're flowers, basically.
No, yeah, they definitely look like flowers.
Like really fucked up flowers.
Yep.
Yeah, we shoot the balls.
Okay.
Do I need to do something? Wait.
I'm
Oh,
just
wait.
grabbing my shit.
Oh, wait. Oh, I see that.
What the fuck? Oh! Okay.
Oh my god. That stunned it?
Whoa!
Yeah, there's just health items. Machine gun health. Ow. I've been tentacle monster. Ow. I'm gonna make sure. Yeah, it's after you right now.
Oh!
Okay, that's tentacle 1. Okay, it popped it. It's like a zip.
Come on! You need me down there?
I'm shooting it. I don't really need you down here. It's just pressing a button.
Okay.
Shoot it until it pops, basically.
Got it. Come on!
Oh my god. That is a giant tentacle flower.
Ah!
Open fire!
Open it.
Oh god. I'm assuming they're attacking you. I'm gonna try and come up just so I can help.
Hold on. There's a lot of these guys.
I've noticed. They drop a shit ton of ammo. Oh my
You
god.
dropped so much hanging ammo. Okay.
Yeah, we should just focus on shooting it.
There's more!
I think the laser will come in a bit.
These guys are less tough than... Oh, Jesus.
Ah!
Don't die.
I'm trying not to. We're fighting a fucking kaiju.
This is a green herb on the ground right next to me.
Okay, do you have the... Where's
There's
the
a red
red
herb behind you.
Behind me?
Yeah.
Oh shit, let me get it. Ew! As in me! Keep shooting them even when they're deactivated. God damn it.
Whoa! Oh.
The sniper feels really...
I'm being wormed!
Are you okay now?
I'm better. I'm unwormed.
He's been dewormed.
I've been dewormed!
Remember to deworm your pets, chat. Oh my god, worm.
Ew!
They should just... He just tried to hit me.
Oh shit!
Yeah, they explode. Why the fuck are they always dropping top of me? Jesus Christ.
Take them back. I don't want them.
No. Ah!
Ah!
Pop. Oh, motherfucker. Oh shit, I need to shoot this.
Oh, Harry!
Yep, I pull out Harry. That's all of it. I don't think any of these guys are gonna be so kind to drop fucking revolver ammo. Woo!
Get fucked!
Oh my god. It takes ah!
Don't you die. Do not die.
I'm down here. Fucker. This thing is getting more and more aggressive. Upstairs. Oh my god. You're the MVP here.
Oh. Die, bitch, die, die, die.
There's a what right next to me.
Off me.
I'm gonna mag dump this thing. Oh, come on! It's slowly going less red!
What about the habit to the satellite cannon?
There you go.
Thank you.
What is this, landmine for? Ah! God damn it!
What's happening to you down there?
Tentacles. God fucking damn it! I get, like, barely a second to dodge. I think you have better reaction time than me, by the way.
I basically just stare at it and just wait for it so I can instantly hit it on reaction, yeah.
Jesus Christ. Oh, one of you better give me this. Oh yeah, you have a red herb.
If you didn't pick it up, it's gone.
Okay, I have green herb. It might be after me. I'm gonna try heal.
Alright. Oh. Watch out, worm boy.
Ah! God damn, they're pounding us.
They are. Green herb.
Okay, got it. Fuck you, Pop. Okay, you're shooting midair, that's fine. I'm trying my best to crowd control those.
Thank you.
Why won't you die? Why won't it give us tactical laser?
So when do we activate the laser? You gotta do it? Or...
I don't know. If I was supposed to come out now. Oh, holy shit! I'm retarded. I'm sorry.
You died?
No, I got it. I had the bridge keycard all along.
Oh.
Okay, we gotta... Okay, so basically... Fuck sakes.
Okay, so...
We gotta use the laser.
Oh, it's on the ground.
God damn it.
Oh!
This thing is getting more and more aggressive.
Well, I feel like it's always kind of been this way. Do I have to hold it on it?
It has... Ah!
Oh! I didn't know. What'd I do? Hold on, wait. We might have to start this one over.
We might. We wasted so much fucking ammo.
So, what I think needs to happen... Okay, now I'm getting hit by it. What I think needs to happen is that this right here. Now we aim it at that orb.
Oh my
Yep.
god.
Yep.
I wasted so much ammo.
It's fine. We got most of it back anyway.
Oh god.
Yeah, that's what we need to do. We got that
that's
shit back
actually
like
cool.
I didn't know you had the key.
No, I didn't know either, because I was like, what do you mean S rank?
That's right, okay.
One
Sure.
more. One more.
One more. Now we fight with Worskus.
Yes.
Okay, so
We're Skrill. We're Skrill.
organize.
Sell all.
Upgrade.
And we fight for Skrill.
They gave us no money.
I've
Wait,
noticed.
yes, they did. We got the chalices. Got a little bit of something. Okay, let me organize.
I can only upgrade the firepower.
Can I upgrade the capacity first? I can. I want my AK. I have incendiary grenade.
I should probably. This is the Wesker fight. I should probably bring my A game then.
Yeah, bring everything.
Yeah.
Let's get this fucking done.
Let's finish this off once and for all.
Get this fucker away. I can bring like fucking several other shotguns with me.
I'm gonna bring a full health.
Oh yeah, let me go grab one too. Actually,
I have several in my inventory. I'll take it. I'll take a full health spray or face saving spray. Doesn't matter.
I'm bringing two just in case.
Bye. Jailbreaker 4,000.
Remove.
Let's see. Okay, the AK has slightly bigger firepower,
I am Redrick.
but has a worse reload speed. Which, in my opinion, who cares?
About a few of them? Wait, about a few of what, Thomas?
I fear for the world.
Oh
I
god.
am- We're dying.
He's actually serious about destroying the entire.
Well, we got a slot back at least.
I'm fully prepped. I think this is mostly cutscenes, though.
Okay, that's fine.
I'll show you the video later.
Okay.
What was I talking about, by the way? It was, beforehand?
Wait.
Forehand? Before you were talking about,
On the bridge.
on the bridge.
Planning to spread Uroboros throughout the world.
That bitch destroyed my goddamn memory. I can't remember what the competition was.
Oh,
right when we
God.
went to the manual, right?
Yeah.
Fuck, what was it?
What was
Jill.
We were talking about fucking treasure, blah blah blah. We were talking about the instruction manual, just sitting there. Fuck. What was it? Did you wanted to watch
it? Thanks! Thanks, Jill. We know that.
it? Fuck, I can't remember what it was.
If we cut the supply of serum, he loses his strength.
Affirmative. But he just took a dose, so it's gonna be a while before he needs another one.
Damn.
Basically, Wesker is not stupid.
Okay, needs a restart. I need a coffee.
Basically, the serum keeps him stable in human form. If he has no serum, or if he gets too much of it, it might either kill him or it might weaken him severely.
Ah.
Wait! The cache case! That was...
I think we left that back.
Yeah, that's back in the...
Chris, this is it.
This is it.
Yippee!
You brought one? Yippee!
Man, if only
I
she
haven't had
could...
coffee in a while. Alright.
It's like 9.
I haven't had
It's almost-
coffee in a long time.
It's almost 10 p.m.
Without getting shot down.
I mean, I don't have work.
Alright,
And I have other shit I need to do when I'm done there, so...
If it does.
It's fine.
that's
Are
fucking...
we going down?
No, we have to go up. I just get confused.
Total global saturation.
I completely
No,
forgot
complete global
about...
saturation.
I completely forgot about the laser.
It happens. It's part of the fun.
I was wondering
Sitting
why I
there
was...
for 10 minutes and no one's just sitting here. I thought I saw a satellite laser before, so I'm like, oh, I gaslit myself.
I thought I was gonna unlock or something, but no.
Oh, Jesus, what is this shit? Let me
And-
guess, someone's gonna shoot. Oh, Jesus. Okay.
We need to run.
I'm sitting here, I'm just watching, I'm just like, okay, he's gonna get burned to a crisp, apparently. Let's go!
Do not.
Oh, Baba Booey!
You don't have any slots for, shit.
Were you a slot for what? Incendiary grenade? No.
No, for pistol ammo.
No.
Neckbreaker! Yeah! I love neck breakers. They get some looking right.
Oh. You fucking stupid whore! How dare you kill me?
You stupid for you. How dare you?
Get your green herb.
Can you? Oh, okay.
There's gonna be 2 of them, isn't there?
Oh my
I feel
god.
like I remember this.
This is,
Oh,
I
never
think, a
mind.
swarm. I think it's a swarm. Yeah, the neckbreaker also kills enemies through their armor. Thank you. You bitch. Alright.
All you need to do is drop me some shotgun ammo.
It's dropping
Not
me a
machine
shit
gun
ton
ammo.
of machine gun ammo. Actually, there's shotgun over here.
Hold on, wait. Okay.
Over here.
Come on.
You just picked up, you just picked up stuff.
Thank you.
What do we open up? I should probably... Okay. Got him. That is effective. This rifle is great. Okay, RPG man down. Even though it doesn't look like it.
Good. Green arrow at your feet.
Yeah, I'm gonna heal you.
Thank
Because I can. And also because there's spares. But yeah,
Come on.
you can get infinite ammo with special, I guess stuff
Watch
for,
out.
getting the weapon fully upgraded. Where is he? Oh, he's over there. You got him, good job.
Thank you.
This is feeling less like a Resident Evil game, more like a Metal Gear Solid game.
It's just a fucking shooter.
Yeah, near the end it is.
Alright, I'm gonna check these doors.
They're right above me. Where are you?
I don't need any of these. There's a first aid spray up in one of these rooms.
I might as well once I'm...
Oh,
My god, where the hell are you?
where are you?
I'm down here. I'm gonna probably put some items back if I die. I'm gonna die.
Where did you go?
I was down here fighting stuff. Don't worry about
Oh,
it.
you went all the way downstairs?
Oh, I was going downstairs. I didn't know where you were going.
Oh, no, I went upstairs to check, the doors.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't matter. We can do it again.
It doesn't matter. It's fun.
That was... That part isn't hard, we just got separated.
Yeah. Death for anyone. Including myself. Actually... No, wait, I can't upgrade anyways. It's fine.
It is 90 degrees tomorrow. I'm not going outside tomorrow.
Oh my god, 90 degrees?
You cannot pay me to go outside, no. Whatever's in the house is what's in the house. I ain't doing shit.
I'm not gonna be outside for too long anyways. Oh my god. Look at him burn. Mr. Crispy.
Crispy.
Yeah, the Mortal Kombat. Crispy!
Yep.
Or is it Toasty?
It's toasty.
It doesn't matter. Gets the point, class.
I hate these stun gunmen.
Yeah, they kind of ass to fight against.
Combine. Alright, now I have a slot for handgun ammo. No, wait.
There was really nothing there between me and that switch. That was probably a mistake on my part.
Oh, combine. Alright, time to deal with the fucking swarm.
Okay, they're both dead. Not him. Now him. Watch out! Yeah. Oh my god. That's a red herb.
Oh,
Orb.
wait.
Red orb. Shotgun
My
ammo.
controller's being dumb. My controller's being dumb. Stop it. Not now.
Oh, that was probably for you. I don't know. Yeah, I can't we can't put it on the floor because fuck ourselves.
Yeah. I'm gonna go up. I'm going up. Don't die.
Trying. Okay, so they generally don't have that much health, the, AK dudes.
Yeah, they're pretty baby.
They're pretty habibi, yeah. My god, there's a lot of this shit. Oh.
Oh, I can't go up anymore. Oh, yeah, just go forward and then we jump. Up there's proximity mines and a health spray if you need it.
Alright. What does this thing do? Oh, we have to pull in tandem. Got it.
Where are you?
It's a switch over. There's two switches over here.
Come on!
There we go.
Oh!
Yeah, you see him?
Hold on. Yeah, I see it.
Okay. We can get the All the Rocketmen have Deadman's necklaces.
Oh.
So Rocketmen drop the Deadman's necklace, and then the fat guys drop drill bangles.
Got it.
Oh shit. Die! Alright. That was my machine gun ammo.
Nice, nice. Nice, nice.
Oh, we can go loot. I don't think there's anything that spawns here. I don't think.
I feel like there's going to be. I don't trust this game.
That's fair. I'm gonna go try loot anyways. Money.
I'll come with you.
Money. Hey, boy.
I know if we go all the way. Oh, that's up. That's on the next part. Yeah, I don't think anything spawns here. I saw. Ah, there we are. There's these two motherfuckers.
Holy shit! It's Mario.
I knew I had a core memory.
There you go. Core memory unlocked. Mario and Luigi. It really is.
Oh
Just
no, you don't. Okay. Alright, I'll kill the guys upstairs. Hold on, wait.
You have
Except for this
one
kid.
following you, by the way.
Hold on, wait. Oh my fucking god, don't do this. No. Now my controller decides to be retarded. Stop it, now's not the time. Hold on.
Hey, Baker!
Shit, he's looking at me.
I really am trying here.
What is nitrogen rounds?
That's fun. Oh, those are ice rounds for the grenade launcher. Really? You're gonna make me use this? Alright.
Yeah, let's go. Good work. He had me cornered in the fucking room. I just kept shooting him whenever he would stop.
I noticed.
Alright, we got one of the keys. I think we probably need two again like before.
Probably.
Hey, come here.
I haven't
yeah.
gotten the other one yet, yeah.
Oh, you have heals already.
Oh god. Okay, I'm starting to understand what's going on. We can either make them explode by shooting the chest, or we can make them have the tentacle monster happen. Use the other key card.
Got it, okay.
Yeah, so the, yeah, get that one.
Let me go grab the shit in here real quick.
I have been dousing them in sniper rifle ammo.
Alright, I'm gonna come down. Let's see if there's any ammo lying around for my shotgun. Necklace.
There's some over here.
Okay.
There's a bunch for your pistol as well. Did you upgrade any of the, Probably not.
I need a what?
Did you upgrade your pistol?
Yeah, I'll get my pistol.
Okay. There's also a handgun there over here.
Thank you.
Alright, let's get going. Oh god.
Alright.
We're no longer commentating, we're actually just trying to get this shit done.
We're schmoving.
We're moving and clearing. I have 3 full heals right now.
I only have one left.
I will probably give you one if you need one.
Yeah, you can hand it over. Alright.
Alright, let me give you one of these. That's a foliar.
Something doesn't feel right.
Okay, doesn't feel right. How about you use something? Look at you.
Don't let your guard down for a second.
No, explain it, please.
Look at your health.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, I'm like halfway there.
Halfway where?
Halfway.
To death?
Halfway to decapitation. Holy shit, it's a stealth bomber.
Your plans are finished, Wesker.
Way out this time.
Well, you guys love talking. Just shoot him in the back of the head.
Failing in your mission.
Wesker, you know who I am?
You become quite an inconvenience for me.
You mean nothing to me.
The glasses are off!
He's going crazy. You did not cut those glasses, you fucking idiot.
I'm surprised he didn't get stabbed with them.
He did that shit. Here we go. Oh man, remember the movie? Remember the scene in the movie?
Oh, wait, which one? Oh god! Oh! Ah! Oh wait, was it,
It was
the
Wesker
one?
versus Chris.
Was it the one where they were rolling around, shooting and missing each other?
Yeah, exactly. So goofy.
Why are you doing this? What do you accomplish by unleashing Ouroboros?
My father is missing love.
Self-destruction. I'm not destroying the world. I'm saving it.
Shut up.
Oh my god.
Damn.
I actually do like this. This is good choreography.
This is actually pretty good. Damn. My thing is that
Yeah.
you guys could have just shot him instead of yelling at him. Like, what are you gonna do? Save him?
Yeah, there's no talking to him.
Do it.
Do it.
What the fuck?
So really getting interesting now, eh, Chris?
Shut up, you fucking cartoon character.
I think you can defeat me.
Either way, I'm not
Do you
gonna stop
really
this.
think you can kill me?
Well then, I'll just have to kill you quickly.
You mean like this time you said you killed me in 7 minutes?
Yep. That's what he said.
I'll see you dead.
How you gonna dodge the shotgun, Wesker?
What are you doing?
You really like being in the corner.
I don't know.
Is that all you have?
Is that all you have? Yeah, apparently him with the pistol is just an AD dodge. But I need him to like try and attack me. Why aren't you attacking me? Holy shit, rocket launcher!
Get
You
fucking counterattacked on, bitch. Holy shit!
That's an RPG. That's an RPG, I say that as if it wasn't fucking obvious.
Get counterattacked on, dumb man.
What is this? Does he hate the light? Is that the
Where did he
joke?
go?
Wait, pick up the rocket launcher. Whenever you can. Yeah! Just ram it in!
Ram it in? Okay. Oh. How do we inject him with the blood serum?
I think we need to get him incapacitated.
Okay.
What is... Do I need to turn off the lights?
Let me off the fucking wall. Hold on, wait.
Get him!
I want to try
Get him!
something.
Wait!
What? You got him?
I was getting him. You have to shoot from behind. He's basically the kind of guy who's like good up front, but as soon as you're behind him, he can't do shit. There you go, see? Left foot! Oh my god! Woo! Bee's ass!
Oh.
That is awesome. Look at that! Come on.
Get off me, bitch. I can react to it.
Yeah, you can actually react to it. I don't know why my reaction time is so slow.
Oh, then react to that one.
Okay, never
Talk shit,
mind.
get hit.
Ignorant cretin.
Get up!
Do it! Inject him!
Inject him with drugs!
Why would you say it?
My god.
Hold on.
Ooh. Oh, fuck! He pulled out his gun and shot me.
I saw. I was there.
Here.
You're pretty good at this, Weskio, pal.
God damn it. Why can't I never react in time? I know why.
I'm running out of ammo, pal.
Oh my god. It didn't even
No!
it didn't even prompt it. That was the worst thing too. Like it didn't prompt the counterattack for some reason.
Hold on.
Uh,
see.
yeah, we're gonna just fucking. I'm gonna deal with this. Necklace of
Can we
pure
start-
gold. Man down.
Do we start back, in that fight?
Probably. Most likely. Very likely. I'm actually gonna. We're gonna move this, and we're going to equip the big round one, and then we're gonna reload this. I'm just gonna go all out. Fuck him. Oh god.
There we go.
Oh! Oh, when he's focused on you, we can rocket launcher him.
I'll see you dead.
Okay, he's focused on me.
Well, where's the fucking rocket launcher?
It's in the glass case right here.
Oh, I see.
God damn it! You see how fast that is, too?
Well, he's just kicking your ass.
I know.
Okay. What is he doing?
Jeez. Now. Woo!
Bruh! That was sick.
Go!
Give him a shot!
Damn, we had to be so fucking close to him. Hold on.
That was actually cool, though. That was fucking radical.
That was amazing.
You said the
what am I
rocket-
gonna do?
I gotta find a RPG round. Survive.
Oh.
Survive. I like how it looks like he's having a headache. Okay, he's on me.
You found the RPG round?
No, I've not found it yet, but he's on me. Is he just dodging? He's just wall dodging. Come on.
Oh, there's no point in picking this up. Hold on. Where's the round? Hold on. I'm gonna go look for the round. You stay alive.
It's in a crate, usually. Hold on.
Oh, it's in a crate? Okay.
Yeah. That was awesome, though. Just the fact he grabs it. Okay, I
Turns around
found
and
one.
goes, no. Okay. I'm grabbing it. We gotta do this from like close range though, because
That was still pretty good.
he's coming.
Fuck you, Wesker, getting vulnerable.
Oh!
Fuck you.
Alright.
Is that all you have?
That didn't work. Yes, really,
Well-
like, vulnerable to it. Oh, wait, it's... Oh, God. Ah, shit! Okay, it's V. You have the U? No. Oh, I know now. That's why we've turned off the switches. He can't respond if he's in the dark. Holy shit, that took way too long to figure that out. I'm sorry.
You can't. Oh, because you can't fucking see?
He can't see in the dark.
Get off me, young man.
Yeah, he can't see in the dark. Go, go, go! Get close! Yeah!
Yeah, you
injected. Woo!
Get injected, get injected, get injected, get injected, get injected.
That took way too long to figure that out, but that's great. That was awesome.
Plat, 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 plat.
Stab, 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 get injected.
Step, 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 step.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
fuck, the edible's kicking in.
No! I took too much of my meds! No! No, no.
This isn't over, Chris.
Just run.
Yes, it is. You're so mad.
Yeah, Wesker actually just leaves and he's not actually have the upper hand. He just fucking
He's a
leaves.
baby.
Oh, he's a smart villain. He just doesn't fucking deal with it. Unfortunately, Chris is the counter to that. Look how
He's a dumb hero.
look how fast he is. Oh my god!
Look at him. Get in there. No, fast. You don't need to run before that shit closes. She is.
How did Chris get on there in the first place? He's just
He's
like
very strong and very fast.
he just fucking reached up to an airplane, taking off. Holy
Realistically speaking, the odds of you getting up there is fucking so low. You just have to get your fingers cut off.
Oh my god. Oh god, wait, we still have this plane fight. I don't think we don't have to do the cutscene fight though. This is like a movie right now.
It seems I may have underestimated you, Chris.
Are you still talking shit? What the fuck?
There's no one left to help you now.
Oh my god.
Why don't you shoot first?
I don't need anyone else. Dad already left me. I can't believe Wesker's entire villain plot angle is the fact that he has daddy issues. Like most white American women.
Sounds like so many villains is like, my parents didn't love me. He's like, oh, well.
Like, I wish it was ironic, but it was like, you could see in that entire scene with his grandpa, he was just like, seething with rage.
Yep. I was manufactured.
You were
Yes.
manufactured. I was supposed to be a god.
I'm adopted.
Your feeble attempts only delay the inevitable.
Oh my god.
What the fuck? Okay, that's actually pretty cool.
World will be infected.
Yeah, but
You
what's
don't
the-
hate Chris as much as you think you do.
Genesis is at hand, and I will be the creator.
My question for Wesker is, but he knows they're not going to be like him.
Yeah.
They're only like him if they have essentially the stabilizer. Ooh, he's getting slower.
You did not like that. This goat is a fucking $25,000 Gucci rain jacket. What the fuck is wrong with you?
That is actually a nice like trench coat.
Another one of them
Uh-oh, you trigger his trigger word.
He's so mad. He's so angry.
Baby rage! Baby rage, activate!
You did not.
He does not feel good.
Unfortunately, Wesker cannot beat physics.
Are you telling me flashing lights is what defeats Wesker?
Get off me!
Feet. No! Someone help Trevor. There's a foot fetish on him.
Chris, use your really, really strong arms.
No.
Alright, we're out of here.
She's gonna do the Valiant thing. And Chris is going to get traumatized again.
Every day of his life.
Goodbye, Chris.
What? That's not possible.
Not with Chris Redfield. No!
Wesker, fuck off! Why didn't you do that to begin with?
I think it was just spur of the moment. You know, you're like too busy trying not to die.
Nah.
So it's like the thought comes in last second. It's like, oh yeah, I should do that.
I should probably pull out my gun.
Shoot.
Alright. We're here.
We're
We're here.
We're here.
We're finally here.
Oh god, I need to actually... Okay, deploy the boulders.
Deploy the boulders.
Deploy the boulders, chat. Boulders have been deployed.
Chat, chat, activate boulder protocol.
Jeremy, can you activate boulders? Thank you. Boulders
You're gonna. I hope you can mash for your fucking life.
I can. I don't know if the game can detect it.
Well,
Oh no.
time to figure it out. I like how he lost his fit, except for the jeans.
This is for all the ladies out there.
The gloves are on too.
Just getting started.
With what?
Let's go.
With what?
Alright. And Ouroboros.
Oh god.
Wow. Now he has the cat eyes. You know how many women fell for him the moment they saw this?
Yeah.
The moment they saw this, they were like, oh.
I already saw one that fell for him.
This dispersed so many fanfics.
Yeah.
To die, Chris.
Like what kind of
Like the
fanfics?
fucking
Like the
kitty
obvious?
eyes.
Oh god.
It's the ones where he molests Chris.
Of
And
course.
they have a love-hate relationship. The classics.
Okay, the Fujo one, yeah. Oh wait, he has a glowing weak spot.
I'm happy to ruin this for you.
Why can't you understand, Chris?
Did you run past him? Yeah.
I'm just gonna stand here, give me 1 second. Now I'm gonna fight him, give me 1 second. Wow, you are just having a temper tantrum over there, huh, bud?
I don't know how this part's supposed to be done exactly. He's just swinging.
He's just having a tantrum.
Is he not, like...
Is he stuck?
Did you break the game?
I mean, I'm hitting him, but he's not doing much.
Oh.
Did he come after you?
Yeah.
I'm happy to ruin this for you. Yeah,
Who said
thanks,
that?
man.
Who said that?
Thomas, fucking chat. He's just swinging.
I'm just swinging. He was getting closer beforehand.
This is quite the boss fight we've got going on here.
Amazing.
Now this is content! What?
What the fuck happened?
Hey, he suddenly decided that he can hit me. I was perfectly fine, and then suddenly I wasn't. That's just...
That's just how it be, you know? Some days you live, some days the game decides today you will die.
Well,
Alright,
let's
goodbye.
go back in. What the fuck?
Meanwhile, Doggywara is slowly dying.
I am dying. I've contracted the T virus over the course of this stream.
I can believe that, honestly.
Wesker's gotten to me. It's over.
It's gotten to
It's
a lot
time
of
for it.
people.
Why can't you understand? Do you really believe the world is worth saving?
Put him over here.
Oh yeah, okay, there we go. Now we can bullet punch. Ouch.
Okay, while Wesker's having a fit, what the fuck do I do?
I think you have to just shoot him while I'm running.
Natural selection.
Hold on.
Survivors stronger.
Let me figure this out.
Humans have escaped this winnowing for far too long.
This withering for far too long. Oh, I can punch Boulder.
You can.
Is it automatic?
Oh! Wait, I was supposed to be there?
Oh my god! Boulder
my God.
punch! Boulder punched! Boulder's deployed!
Let him punch it.
What do you need help with? Oh god, you're dying. Why can't I jump?
Wait, I put myself up. I'm okay. I'm strong as fuck, boy.
Why can't I jump over?
What is this camera angle?
Wait, I have to run past.
Can you really not jump?
I don't know why. It won't let me jump.
Oh,
Bolt? I
he's
don't-
doing shit.
He's like half angry, half
He's
like.
having a bad day.
Oh my god. Oh no, he's on you.
No, damn you. Where is he? There he is.
Nothing but loathsome humans.
Loathsome humans. Oh, quit being a fucking edgelord, Wesker. Come on. Why can't I not jump over? Chat! Chat!
Princess lost his ability.
I lost my ability to jump. I'm 100% white now. I can't jump.
He's having a fit.
I'm trying to shoot him. Why does he look like he has like an air conditioner stuck in? Wait, he's supposed to
What
jump
does he
over-
want?
Oh, to my side?
I can't jump. Wait, I can jump now.
Human race
I can jump now.
has judgment.
How
Is it?
are you gonna judge us?
You get all your ideas from comic book villains?
Thanks,
He's-
Chris.
Chris being like, you sound like a fucking cartoon character right now.
There's crates and at the airplane.
Oh shit.
Got a checkpoint.
Chris!
Gwen!
Oh my god.
Chris!
Oh my god. Oh god. He's turned up. Run. No, away from him.
He sucks. He can't aim. He can't aim.
You said there's stuff back in the plane.
We gotta get back to the plane. It's ammo.
Ah, run. Why can't I not fucking?
Oh, we can't jump from this side for some reason. Oh, we are fucked.
Oh my god, it was still you.
Why can't we jump from this side? That's stupid.
That's dumb.
Chris!
Chris.
Okay, hold on.
I'm gonna get more mag.
I don't have any money, so it doesn't matter anyway. So I'm gonna run past him.
Why?
Good
Wait.
try? Yeah, thanks.
Why should
'Cause I can run past him in the very beginning.
I'm not really understanding why I should keep health items if I'm just going to have like, I don't know, if it's
Oh,
everything's
at this point in the game?
yeah, because it's instant death.
Is it all insta-death?
You've been hit twice, and what do you think happened?
Well, I got hit twice by the whip. I didn't get hit twice by anything else. I got hit once by the insta-death move. Twice, I'm running.
Guess what would that king do? Oh, I see. I see. He has a nice bright red spot right there.
Damn, you really just can't jump. Okay.
Yeah, you can't jump right now. I don't know why.
That's weird.
Okay, now we have to.
Oh,
He has to face me.
we can shoot him in his fun spot now.
I'm shooting him.
Ah,
What are you laughing about? You just had your heart shot 3 times.
He thinks it's fun.
I've noticed. Can we finally jump?
No.
You kidding me? Nope.
I prefer to keep my options open on this side.
He's still swinging? Okay.
I have no idea. He is swinging.
I guess we have to make him. We have to make him proc a move, basically. This is weird.
Yeah.
Get up there and then basically see if you can flank him. He might have a spot on his back.
Well, from what I've seen, it's just his chest.
No, there's one on his back.
Oh, come on.
I don't think it's a love-hate relationship. I think it's just hate.
No, he loves you.
He loves him. Oh, is that? Oh, that's what it's called.
He's just flailing like a fucking child.
Do we just have to, like, wait it out or something?
I'm not 100% sure, but maybe we do.
Yeah, he just gets, like, staggered, and then we have to, like, leave. It's like we have to wait for his baby tantrum to stop.
I jumped down.
Yeah, that's fair.
You rotated, idiot!
And they could just come down here. Doesn't matter. What is the point of this ledge?
So we can rotate and we don't get stuck?
Yeah, it's just like this little lip here.
Oh, that one over there.
Yeah, I don't know what that's for.
Suicide. I have news for you. I am out of fucking ammo.
Shit. I only have magnum ammo. It's pissed off at me. I need to run. Are we really just supposed to deal damage to him?
I don't know what the goal of this is, to be completely honest. Not when I'm out of fucking ammo.
I'm just gonna... I'm maybe gonna try boulder jump next time.
Boulder jump? You're just gonna try it out?
Yeah, when the next rotation, when he's like coming towards us. Do it when he's like halfway there, though. Oh, I'm gonna do it halfway there.
Okay.
I don't know what else to think of. Okay, now I'm gonna try it. Game? Why is it not let us jump? This fucking sucks!
Nice knowing you, bud.
Yeah, it is 32. Why is that always you?
How did I fall that far? That's bullshit.
Yeah, they don't want to show Shiver burning alive, which, to be honest, I understand. They don't want to show her being burned alive to death, you know?
Cowards! I have no money! What do we do?
I don't know. Let me check out the guide. This is stupid. This is honestly.
I'm because of this, because there's no way to get ammo. What it looks like at this point, I don't mind a guide.
Yeah. Let me see.
I'll take it. It's the last fucking fight of the game,
Bridge deck.
and there's no fucking ammo.
That's chalices. Who cares?
Why can't we just buy ammo in the store? Actually, that's kind of weird.
I don't know why. I think it's just to make sure people don't like, I guess, buy a weapon and like buy a shit ton of ammo. But that makes no sense. Anyways, Wesker boss fight. No, that's a video. Let's fish fucking raw dog.
We're raw dogging.
Yeah.
All right, we're raw dogging. You're shooting. I'm running.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna have to.
I don't have ammo, but I do have legs and an ass, and I can move them.
Wait.
All right.
Oh wait, I forgot this. Right, yep. Whoops.
Burst!
Several girls swoon as they hear that.
So angry.
So angry. Yeah, he needs to basically do this, and then we need to get behind him. Oh, hey,
Good job.
The only attack that hits.
He's flailing.
Oh my god, I hate this.
He's having a fit.
I'm having a fit.
Well,
Oh my
I'm about to
god.
say I'm going for it.
I don't understand this boss fight.
We can't help each other up here.
I'm gonna just let myself get hit. Okay, he
Oh!
turned around and slapped you again.
He said, "Oh hell no!"
He turned around and slapped you off. Oh my god. That was amazing.
I've never seen him just do a full 180 before.
That was a you what, mate? You fucking
He said, "You fucking what?"
turns around, 180, slaps. Oh my god.
Because of the lag when you do shit, I didn't even fucking get a chance. I said, "Oh," and I was in recovery. I'm like, "Oh no."
Oh no. I noticed that his weak spot opens up whenever he's like doing a major attack, but that's it. Yeah, we attack the electrical club.
Oh, he just suddenly turned it on. Okay.
Do you see it? Do you see the weak spot?
Yeah, I see it on his back now.
Okay.
What is this?
I don't know, please expose himself. What are you doing?
What is this?
Okay, now it's on his front. Am I legitimately just not supposed to, like, interrupt him? No.
He's worming. Ah! He's not happy with me.
Yeah, I can see that. Okay.
Oh, he is very unhappy with me.
He's
Oh, he
not
turned
happy.
around.
Yeah, he turned around because I got too close. I fucking hate this fight.
Oh, he's mad at me again.
Ah!
You might want to go the other way, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, just don't jump down. Oh, he has the electrical club now. I feel like I can tell when he's about to attack, because he has the thing where... No, never mind. It doesn't matter. None of this fucking matters. None of it fucking matters. It don't matter. None of this fucking matters. Cause like he's got like the shot club or something. I don't know what's going on with that. Nope, nothing up there. This environment's cool. I wish there's more to do with it.
You might want to go down, or I go down.
I'm wondering if he needs a big area to fight in. Oh my god, stop!
I'm swinging, you bitch!
I don't know why he
Turn
gets...
around.
He turns around, yeah, to, like, come after you for some reason.
I think his fun cube is open, but I'm not sure.
Do not go up there.
Not...
Do we have to show his arm? That's zapping?
I don't... Maybe?
I'm gonna try that. I don't know. I'm like trying to...
Yeah, the zapping is new, so maybe we should...
Like, I get it. It's weird. It doesn't tell me anything, though.
Maybe the sound means there's something's wrong with it. I don't know. I actually can't tell.
Yes, Ruster, I see you thrashing about. I don't know what the fuck you want.
Don't jump down. If you can help it.
I'm trying not to. Turned around for a bit. It's like I can see his heart a little bit. Yeah, he gets staggered for only a bit. Are we supposed to run somewhere? What about that other platform? No, that's like a dead end. Why the fuck would we need to go over there?
I don't know.
What does this game want from us?
Well, he wants me dead now.
I'm getting headshots.
Maybe we should fight him up in the sensor?
Who knows? Is anyone saying anything in your chat, or is it just like dead silent?
No, just Thomas. They're watching.
Okay. I don't know if there's any hints down there. Also, check the edges to make sure there's nothing like a jump prompt or something.
What am I checking? The edges?
Yeah,
Okay.
make sure there's no like jump prompt.
No jump. Jump is cut off. No climb.
I gotta go down.
Can we drop him in the lava? No. I don't think that land is destructible, but it looks like it is. You took that man's iPad away, didn't you look at him having a fit?
Oh my god.
We took Albert was a fucking Wesker baby.
Oh my god.
I said a Wesker baby. He was an iPad baby.
What
Hold on, let me think.
Was I supposed to not shoot him in the chest or something? Why is this fight so long?
So, hold on.
He finally staggered.
Alright, so essentially, we're
What?
doing the right thing, I just have no ammo.
Oh,
And
cool.
we can't pinch him because I have no ammo. Like, you shoot him in the head if there's no weak spot.
Oh, you literally just bag dump him. Okay.
Yeah, just shoot him in the head if there's no weak spot. And wait for a weak spot to pop up, then shoot him again. The problems are the ones in his back, but I can just try to get him to attack me in that case. We're doing the right thing by attacking, but you gotta headshot him every time.
Oh my god, that's
Yeah.
so...
This is kind of jank when I can't get any ammo off him.
You can't get any ammo, and if we don't have anything left, it's just kind of means going back.
He's after me now.
I've noticed. It's kind of just
Well, he's
staying.
not walking anywhere, he's just standing there.
Yeah, that's why I'm getting headshots of him. Alright.
But on my screen, he disappeared, and he suddenly teleported down there. Holy shit.
That might as well be what he's doing.
What a glorious show.
5 more hours, guys. 5
5
more.
more hours!
I thought. You know, we are at the actual end of the game, but the issue is, why is this part so fucking stupidly long?
Where's he going?
Everything else is fun, and then this part happens. Like, what? What do you mean? Yes, let's have Thrashing Baby exist for reasons.
I'm gonna go behind him.
That's fair.
Come here, buddy. Look at me.
I don't know how you can have a sexual attraction to this person after experiencing this in 3 hours of just shooting him in the head.
Humans are very interesting people.
I've noticed.
He's stuck. What the fuck?
Yeah, I saw him
Oh, he's teleporting.
stutter for a bit.
Where's his weak spot? The
You
weak
should...
spot's on his... We need to switch.
Need to switch? Is it exposed?
Yeah. It looks like it. I can see the orange.
Okay.
I just like... believe I can see the fucking orange. So swap with me. Just...
No, it's not exposed. I know what you're looking at. You'll be a
the
bright orange.
cracks in it.
Yeah, it's the
Okay.
cracks.
Well, I'm jumping. How many of these gunshots are you gonna take?
These are magnums, please. Oh my god. Wesker, please, fuck off.
I'm just running in circles. Is he attacking me now?
Yeah, he's going after you. Stay down there. I'm so glad I picked like the.
Do we have to do it in the center of the map? I don't...
He was like revealing his weak spots to us like later on.
Did he only reveal them up there?
No. It was just that whenever he was doing the like different attacks, I just don't know why he's doing this one. Which makes me feel like we did something wrong. Like, that's what it feels like, you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just fucking lost. Oh, he didn't like you shooting at him.
I don't know if you have to stab him when he staggers or something. It just doesn't feel like him doing anything.
Oh shit. I'm
What's happening?
I don't know. Hold on, wait. Maybe we did the right thing already and so we can do something else on him? Like, I don't fucking know. Maybe we need to interact with him at some point. But when and how? The window would be so fucking short.
Can you shoot
We
his
keep
legs?
doing this flail shit.
I wonder if I can shoot his legs.
Well, try it.
I'm trying to. He needs to stop.
Damn.
Oh my god.
Hold on.
No,
Let me see.
I'm sorry this is happening.
There's no way he's taking that many fucking bullets. No way. Hold on.
I'm gonna look at this. I have a. Alright, let me see here. How? Nope. Nope, that's not what I want. I want the lava fight. Give me Albert Wesker. What is the boss guide? Here's a good boss guide. Okay. Ouroboros. Yep. Final Wesker B. Your Chris.
Final Wesker.
Yeah. Let's see here. It was Chris. You fall. Sheva gets several damage. Mad. Blah blah blah. It's normal to play. It needs to press F faster to recover. If you don't shoot Wesker, he'll go blah 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 blah.
Oh, Chris needs to be in the center. What the fuck?
Oh,
nice ammo count. Yeah, I know. The game just fucked me.
Let me give you some ammo, by the way.
Give me shotgun ammo. Yeah. You just had that shit lying around. We could have did this before.
Yeah. By the way, what's? Okay. Let me give you a bit more. Okay. And then you need also some pistol ammo. I'm going to give you a full stack.
Thank you.
Because I might as well.
We're here now.
Yep. Give. Oh, you have the 100?
What, the 100 for the Sheva?
No, for the.
I mean, no, that's at the Sheva. For the pistol?
Yeah. Never mind. Okay.
No, I'm gonna take 60.
Okay, Andy. Okay. Alright, let's get going. I have mines. I had
I don't
mine.
even need the vest anymore. I'm taking off the vest.
Yeah, you don't need the vest. There's no reason for the vest. It doesn't matter if we take full fucking damage anyways.
Yeah, it doesn't fucking matter.
None of this matters. Aren't you glad I grinded beforehand?
Yeah! Thanks! Shit!
This is why we grind, but never actually beat the game.
So we have to basically fight up here, for the most part, or else he won't do the shit.
That's dumb.
Yeah, I know. Alright, let's... Alright, we gotta hit that weak spot. The weak spots.
Oh my god. Okay, he's gonna do the tentacle tornado.
And
There
then
we
we
go.
hit...
Oh my god. You just have to stay in this arena for some reason. Okay, he closes up his heart. Did he just start thrashing? Opened up his back. Oh, yeah, we really are just supposed to stay up here. What the fuck? That's dumb. That's fucking dumb. You have no idea how dumb this
no
is.
weak spots, we shoot him in the head.
No, it opened up now. Again. Yep, and it's going up in the back. Oh my god.
Kind of dumb.
It-
Wow, look.
wow, it's on the back, right?
Oh,
Not
yeah,
to
hold on.
you.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's gonna blender me. Oh my god. He can turn his hand to a blender. This is cool until this point.
I'm just gonna reload. Come on, Wesker.
He just gets really pissy when you run away from him for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh, what did you throw at me? What the fuck?
He shoots tentacles.
Oh. His chest is open?
Yeah, his chest is open.
Oh, I wanted to heal.
It's fine. Wait, do you have healing? I have healing.
I do.
Ah! Oh no! You exposed your back.
Why would I be that close? You're just giving me time to reload.
I think that's the point. Listen, I'm not gonna stop him from doing something stupid. Oh my god! That was horrible! That is so stupid. It gives you the illusion of control. Oh, holy shit! Look at that! He's in hot lava.
Goodbye.
Oh my
Goodbye,
God.
worst scare. When did you two guys meet up?
Wait, who?
Jill and that, the African guy that wasn't filled with fucking demon flowers.
Oh yeah,
Well,
Chris,
jump.
Chris literally got distracted, didn't think to first grab on immediately.
Is it gonna turn to like a helicopter turrets fucking thing and he's gonna go super Ouroboros? Turns out all we needed to do was not use the fucking map.
Yeah, it turns out all we had to do, chat, was sit in the center and shoot him instead of, you know, avoiding him. Chris!
Chris!
Oh my god.
Did you fuck off?
No.
Use those.
Oh hey, these things, yeah, rocket launchers.
Convenient. And we're gonna aim these while he's just rocking the boat? Oh, he's just gonna stop conveniently.
Let's do this
Wow,
part.
rocked and loaded, let's go!
Son of a bitch.
It's buddy cop time!
Are you ready? Let's do this. Sure he dodged, but
Wesker returns in Resident Evil 88.
that would be so stupid.
Our fallen brothers.
Our Fallen Brothers? Who was us?
I think they mean Alpha Team and Bravo Team.
Oh.
And also the helicopter pilot that got immediately wrecked.
Ah.
Oh my god. Oh, my ass hurts.
I hate how simple that was.
And there's no indication of that either.
There's earlier I saw that he was only activating shit and that's what I said, but like why would you do that? Why would you give us the rest of the map?
Yeah, why wouldn't you let us jump down? Also, why
What's
is
the point?
why is Jill? We saw Jill get.
More and more, I find myself wondering.
Ugh.
It's all worth the fight.
I don't know why Joe didn't help us.
She was being mind controlled, and then she got a helicopter with RPGs.
Yeah,
Also, how did she find this?
worth it.
How do I find what?
How did she find this?
I don't know. There's no realistic way that she should have been able to find us
By the
at
way,
all.
by the way, remember what I said about you want Chris to believe you're alive, because that was the stupidest shit ever. Oh, my ass. Ah!
That was an experience.
Oh my god.
That was a fucking experience.
Oh my god. That was 5 hours of, like, stupid.
I think 2 hours of that was.
Figuring
Damn, an
out.
hour of that was fucking Wesker at least.
Yeah, it was.
And the fight could have been 5 minutes.
It could have been 5 minutes because all we had to do was stand in the center, CJ.
In the center, CJ.
All
I
you
just
had
don't-
to do was stand in the center, CJ. Oh my god, because I don't know if that's the AI breaking or if that's intentional. That feels like the AI breaking. And they
I'm
just
trying to
left it
figure
in.
out why. No, it's intentional.
Why?
I don't know.
If that's intentional,
I don't
that's
know.
dumb.
Why give me the option to jump down?
Yeah, if it's just
Like
gonna
this,
lock
make
me
it a
out.
circle arena.
Yeah, It's just gonna lock me out fighting the boss in a more legitimate way.
Yeah.
That,
And we're sitting here thinking we need to pinch him the whole time because there's a jump down option. Oh, we just need to follow him back to back and he'll activate the shit. Like, why? Why center? That makes no sense to me.
makes no sense. Yeah, you need to stand in the center and fight him. We get it. It's like, well, don't you want to stand your ground against him? Like, no. This, I don't understand. This entire game we've been fighting zombies. Standing my ground against things that infect them, it sounds like a bad idea.
Yeah, this whole game just teaches you to stay moving and use the terrain to your advantage, and it's like, actually, don't. Idiot.
Don't. Or else you piss off Wesker. It's like, I don't care.
I want to piss off Wesker.
By the way, this is the last game Shepherson. I said that again.
Yeah.
He
Wesker's
doesn't
gone
even,
forever.
She doesn't even appear for Village.
Oh, Sheva and Wesker, right?
Well, Vesker's dead. But I mean, Sheva doesn't appear for Village. She doesn't appear for any other game. Jill gets like, I think she gets 2 games. And a couple of other spin-offs. But Sheva just like, yeah, she disappears.
Jill, how come you get 2 games?
Main character.
Joel's game changed to controller. It should have been controller, motherfucker.
Oh my
Well-
god. That was actually cool though with the Wesker A fight, like the one in the ship.
Yeah.
You shoot him from behind and he like grabs the missile and you can shoot
That
him.
was fucking sick.
Sick. That
See,
is-
everything else was cool.
It's just that one part.
This was not cool. I just don't understand like the game design decision.
I think
He only triggers in the center, but here's the rest of the fucking map for God knows what reason.
I think
and you
that
can't
word
jump
was
over here anymore.
brushed out. I guess the reason why they also got rid of the quick time events is because they were fucking tough as balls to complete. Like every time I was trying to do a quick time event with Wesker, it was always the one. It was the issue is that it mixes it up.
Yeah, you just gotta react.
You just gotta react quick enough, and the issue is like it's either AD or FV, and like I never know which one, so I'm just like always getting. I'm guessing.
What I'm doing is when I'm shooting at him, I'm literally already just I have my thumb already over A and over. I have it over 2 buttons.
Also, it took me
And
like.
I'm just reacting to the color.
Also, I realized it took me like fucking 10 minutes to realize. Oh yeah, you're supposed to shoot him in the dark.
Apparently, Ouroboros does not increase your eyesight for some reason.
Yeah, for some reason, despite it making your eyes glow like magma red and orange, as it turns out, Ouroboros doesn't do shit. It just makes you really strong and stuff.
I have great reflex. I have cat-like reflexes. I have cat-like eyes. I'm literally the Matrix. However, I can't see for shit.
I can't see for shit. That's
I would love if it was that he's just wearing sunglasses for so long that it's degraded his eyesight.
We wear sunglasses at night.
He's just fucked.
Listen, he just wanted to look really cool.
I like to imagine like when villains look like that, they actually went out of their way to like, yeah, I want to look really cool, so I'm gonna go through this catalog of clothing.
I mean, yeah, I can see it. Hold on, let me. Oh god. Holy shit, that was quite the ride.
This game is really fun outside that part.
Yeah, everything else is super fun. It's like, it's very short. It's like only like 6 chapters, six chapters. Couple of sections, a lot of sections. Go with a friend. I feel like that last part, you really do need to have someone essentially tell you right at the start. Because that part is so broken. I was at the bridge. It only triggers if both people are there. If both people are not there, by the way, at the bridge,
Yeah.
you just die.
You just die?
You just die. I think
Damn, okay.
that part is so fucking broken. I think we killed Jill. We killed the American ninja. Who was who
The
was
American Ninja.
who was this mysterious person behind the gas mask? Because Chris has like fucking flashbacks of Jill, and also nothing explains why Jill is suddenly quite capable of like dodging bullets, and why she's like dual wielding scorpions.
You just fucking assume that she's been Ouroboros and she's allowed to be Ouroboros because she's one of the chosen ones.
But she's
Blonde
not.
hair, by the way.
She's not.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, what if you could mass manufacture that weird hypno device that you put on her chest? Then like it would actually be easier to deal with people.
I don't know if the
than
chip
Ouroboros.
enhances your abilities like it's like a cybernetic, like an actual cybernetic fuses, and it's like, yeah, we're not going to acknowledge it, by the way, it's going to be a one-time thing. Soldier, complete all chapters are normal. Oh, fuck you, game. That was horrible. You can now play Mercenary Mode. You can now play Shepard in New Game Plus. You can now play Desert Escape. You can now play States United. Jesus Christ, stop! Stop!
Stop!
Stop!
I'm done.
Stop! Help me!
Save.
Okay.
All right.
That was RE5. How did you feel about that?
That was fucking fun.
That was fun.
Up until the very last part where I don't understand their decision making, that I had fun all of the fucking way.
Yeah. That was fun until it wasn't.
It was fun until it wasn't. It was fun until the game decided to just
punch me in the balls.
Ignore everything it taught you at the very, very end.
Yeah.
That wasn't even a hard fight.
It just kind of. Oh wait, you're getting an HP 8 infinite ammo. Hell yeah.
Oh.
HKP 8 infinite ammo. Oh shit. Sig Dragonov. Oh, I can start getting weapons with infinite ammo now.
Oh shit. Beast.
Yeah. So next time I go through this game, I don't need to worry about giving people like. I can make the Magnum infinite and just decide to say I don't want to play the game anymore. I want to just kill. Dragon SVT infinite ammo. Sig 556 infinite ammo. Okay. But that was fun.
That was a whole bunch of fucking fun.
That was a bunch of stupid fun. I wish the cutscenes were the like the action cutscenes we had to actually respond to them. But maybe that would have been too painful, who knows.
I mean, I would have been fine. Up to you though.
Yeah, but I'm more good at shooting things from far away. I'm more good at shooting things, hitting things, and then making things respond to me rather than responding to other things. The way I see it, if something has to respond to me, I am at the advantage.
That's fair.
Is there anything else to talk about? There's like an
I'm
extra.
tired.
There's an extra mode, but I'm not doing that. I don't know. I'm not doing that just yet. I feel like taking like a month off before even touching this game again.
Thomas said, now New Game Plus. How about you play New Game Plus?
How about you play,
How about
Thomas?
you stream New Game Plus?
Yeah.
You go stream New Game Plus.
Yeah, fuck that. I'm not doing that.
I have to decompress from the Wesker fight spoiling my dinner.
Yeah, what you did actually spoiled. Oh god. Now I remember, it took me like 10 hours to beat this game.
How long did it take us? 10 hours?
When I was younger, and I was with a friend, it took us like all fucking night to beat it because we didn't fucking know what to do. And we got stuck in the boulder, and then there was the center stage part, and that took forever. And then it's like, finally after playing it for so long, and then come back to it, we like rush through the game, beat it really quickly, and then you come along like, okay, by the way, hey, we should probably stay in the center. I'm like, no, that's not actually what we have to do, right? They didn't like fuck up the programming, really fuck it up, and just like make it get stupidly aggressive when we run away.
No minigun used. No minigun used.
No, I used the minigun. Oh my god. Ah! I'm angry. I'm a little angry. But I'm gonna go back to here. I should probably put some music on. Not Marathon 2 music. Hold on.
I have been in this chair for 5 hours. It is time for me to sign out.
Anyways,
Oh,
chat, we need to head out. I need to go. I want to cook some food. It's 11 p.m. Thank you,
God, it's
everyone.
11.
Well, it's 11 for me. I don't know what the fuck it is for you. I'm gonna go head out. Doggywara is gonna go probably eat food and collapse. Thank you, everyone, for watching us. Thank you, Tom Scumper. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for participating, everyone. Thank you for watching.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for playing this game with me. This shit was fucking fun. I fucking hate Wesker now. Wesker hate.
I'm going. I'm out the door. Goodbye.
I'm gonna go review bomb everyone. Thanks everybody for watching. Appreciate it. Watching me fucking suffer. This fucking it was fucking fun.
Goodbye. I'm done.
Goodbye.
Fuck that fight. Good night, everyone.